Good morning. Welcome to this IFC meeting, and one of the first ones we've had back in person in a long time, and it feels really nice to be here with all of my friends on IFC and seeing all the wonderful people in the audience in person. It's a nice change, and I really enjoy it much better than doing it at my office, but I had to put on long pants today, and there are no chickens in the background when I did it from a field in Hawaii. So, but I'm glad to be in Carson City. We will start with, I just want to go over a couple of things. I'm not exactly sure. It's a long agenda today. There's a lot going on, and it's going to be a relatively long day. And there's a lot of folks that have a lot of questions on some very important items. And at one point, we will take a lunch. I'm not exactly sure when that's going to be. I'll kind of see what the kind of cadence of the meeting is, and then as soon as I feel like I have a good understanding of when that break will be, I'll make sure everybody knows so that they're not sitting here waiting for something that they might not have to do. And we will start with roll call. And we only have one member that's virtual today, and that's Assemblyman Hafen, who I see him on the screen. Good morning, Assemblyman. And the rest of us are here in the room. So we'll start with roll call. And Mr. Weber, if you could please take the roll.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson. Assemblywoman Gorlow.
Here.
Assemblyman Hafen.
Here.
Assemblywoman Howdigi.
Here.
Assemblyman Levitt.
Here.
Assemblywoman Miller.
Here.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Here.
Assemblywoman Peters.
Here.
Assemblyman Roberts.
Here.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Here.
Assemblywoman Tolles.
Here.
Assemblyman Watts.
Here.
Assemblyman Yeager. Vice Chair Carlton.
Here.
Senator Cannizzaro.
Here.
Senator Dennis.
Here.
Senator Dondero Loop. Senator Goycochea.
Here.
Senator Hammond. Senator Harris. Senator Severs Ganzert. Senator Tatro.
Here.
Chair Brooks.
Here. Thank you. And we'll mark the members present as they arrive. We have a couple that are coming in right now that are just a little bit behind, and so please mark them present when they arrive. And we will go to our first agenda item, which is public comment. And I'm going to go through this since I'm a little rusty, and we have some folks on the phone and some folks in the room. Because of time considerations, each person offering testimony during this period of public comment will be limited to not more than 2 minutes. And to call in to provide testimony during this period of public comment during this meeting, the number is, and it's listed in our agenda, but I just want to read it for anyone who might be watching, 669-900-6833. And again, that's listed on the agenda. The meeting ID, when that comes up, please enter 869-3955-6818 and then press pound. And when prompted for a participant ID, please press pound. And if there are any issues with the public comment and you're not able to get through, the number that you can call to get some assistance is 775-684-6990. And please, if you're doing public comment, this first period and the end, state your name and spell it so that we can accurately reflect that in the minutes. And we can get started now. I'll start with public comment in the room. So anyone who wants to make public comment in the room, please come up and state your name, spell it, and 2 minutes, please. Yes, sir.
All right, can everyone hear me? Okay, perfect. Hi, my name is Matthew Hahn. That's spelled M-A-T-T-H-E-W, Hahn, H-A-W-N. My email is mhahn@unr.edu. Thank you, members of the Assembly and members of the State Senate, for allowing us to speak today during public comment. I represent the Graduate Student Association here at the University of Nevada, Reno, which represents 3,671 graduate students. And I'm also the chair of the Nevada Student Alliance, which represents 110,000 students under the NSHE system. Earlier this academic year, we passed a resolution at the NSA and at the GSA level in support of affordable housing for graduate students, not just at the University of Nevada, Reno, but at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, to help support the graduate education programs there. As graduate students, we sit at a fixed state salary income of $1,400 minimum to $1,900 per month, which means that we are very susceptible to the rates of inflation and also the rising housing costs. What I don't want to see here for higher education, and especially graduate higher education, is housing costs being a barrier to entry. And the reason for that is because we've been working with our higher administration to try to fix these housing costs. However, we're coming to you, to the state, because we need your support as well. In terms of graduate students and the importance and what they show to the University of Nevada, Reno and the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, is we're essential to the R1 Carnegie status because our graduation rate helps determine that R1 Carnegie status. Additionally, we work with our professors on a day-to-day basis, working on the bench work which provides research for the state of Nevada, along with teaching undergraduates and other graduate students. We are essential to the R1 status for these universities. We are also essential to the structure and function of these universities. Today, we wanted to come for public comment to applaud the governor's investment in affordable housing today that is on your agenda. Additionally, if any of you would like to come to campus to see the programs that we're working at for graduate education, we would love to have you there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, public comment, please.
Thank you. Kent Irvin, K-E-N-T-E-R-V-A-N, for the Nevada Faculty Alliance. Good morning, Chair Brooks and members. Today, you're allocating hundreds of millions of dollars of federal funds to address affordable housing. That is great, and I hope it makes a real difference. $100 million is being allocated for state agencies for mostly unspecified work programs. We will be interested to learn the intended uses for those funds while noting the $74 million in cuts this biennium to NSHE base operating budgets have not been restored and are damaging teaching and student services. However, these allocations won't fix the state employee labor crisis we are now facing. With lagging wages, cuts to benefits, and higher employee premiums, state agencies are having great difficulty recruiting, hiring, and retaining their employees. This is especially critical at the Public Employees Benefit Program, where the call center is understaffed and can't keep up with calls about their failed transition to a new enrollment system vendor. At NSHE, our best and brightest are leaving or are on the academic job market. Inflation, as measured by the Western Urban CPI, has been 11% since the last cost of living adjustment for state employees in July 2019. A majority of state employees will get a paltry 1% increase in July of this year. From 2009 to date, the take-home pay of an NSHE faculty member in continuous service has declined over 20% in real dollars after considering all pay adjustments. While employees in state collective bargaining units will get a still paltry 3%, NSHE faculty are explicitly excluded by statute from bargaining at the state level. Ambitious state and higher education programs can't be realized without a strong and engaged state workforce. It is essential for the future of the state to make state employee compensation and benefits more competitive and attractive to new workers. Please work with the executive branch to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Irvin. And next, public comment, please. No, there's a button right there. There you go.
There we go.
Thank you.
So my name is Arturo Macias Franco, A-R-T-U-R-O, Macias, M-A-C-I-A-S, Franco, F-R-A-N-C-O. And I am here representing the University of Nevada, Reno, more specifically the Graduate Student Association. I'm a council member for the College of Agriculture, Biotechnology, and Natural Resources. And I just wanted to provide a picture of a little story of why I came to Nevada. You guys will notice that I have an accent, right? And my former education was in the state of California, but unfortunately, even though I got accepted into any university that I wanted to go, affordability drove me to Nevada. as an undergrad student, when I decided to continue graduate education, once I discovered a lot of the beauties of the University of Nevada, Reno, I decided to stay. I didn't even consider looking elsewhere. This story being said is one of the primary drivers towards my education was affordability. I had to work over 3 jobs to put myself through college during my undergrad degree, and oftentimes making decisions that would mean if I was going to pay for my food, pay for my tuition, or pay for my housing. And unfortunately, oftentimes I decided for tuition. I was living in my car. I was homeless for a large part of my education in California. Then I came to Nevada. When I first moved to Nevada in 2016 in California, unfortunately, in the present, that is also unheard of in the state of Nevada and specifically in Reno. I wanted to provide a brief story in that students like me that come to the university and stay in the university because of all the beauties and the services that it has to offer are no longer coming if housing is an issue, if housing affordability is an issue. I would like to conclude by stating that no student trying to better himself and his family through education should have to choose between skipping meals, skipping a roof in their heads, and paying for tuition. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Macias Franco. And the next public comment, please.
Good morning. My name is Fatima Azmi. That is Fatema, Azmi, Azmee. I'm also with the University of Nevada, Reno, and a graduate student, member of the Graduate Student Association. I represent the College of Liberal Arts and Journalism. Recently, me and my fellow representatives have sent out a survey to our constituents and asked them, what is a barrier to you? What are you struggling with at this time? Most of our students replied with housing and stipend increase. And we would like to applaud you for working to provide affordable care or affordable housing for our students. I wanted to read some of the comments and responses that we've received on our questionnaire. From one of our students, the price of housing in this area is more than what we are paid. 100% of my stipend goes to rent, and I'm still $200 short every month. From another student, if there is no affordable housing, college students can't afford to live here and will go into massive debt in order to pay rent. This is a massive problem that the state and university needs to address more robustly. In addition to that, a lot of our college students do not also have medical care. So between choosing from their housing, food, and medical care, we are left short. We would like to let you know that this is a great opportunity to not just provide immediate solutions for our students and the state in general, but also it can be an investment for the future, and we would like your help in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Azmi. Next public comment, please.
Thank you, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Carlton, and the committee. For the record, Bill Brewer, Brewer, the Executive Director for the Nevada Rural Housing Authority. I'm here today to ask for your vote to transfer $250 million in fiscal recovery funds to the Home Means Nevada initiative, which would be allocated to the Department of Business and Industry Housing Division for the purposes of developing and preserving affordable housing in Nevada. We're grateful to the housing community in this state and to the governor's office for getting this request to you. Nevada is at a crossroad, and you have an important decision to make. This isn't a question of should we or shouldn't we. Instead, it's a question of what happens if we don't invest in housing. The answer presents itself every day in our current environment. We are at a place of crisis because of decades of uphill challenges. But we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to reduce this incline. Nevada Rural Housing Authority is mission-driven to its core, but missions are tough to fulfill when it's wildly difficult to make housing developments pencil. These dollars could change so much of that for us in rural Nevada. While there are other challenges we can't control in our industry, or in the world for that matter, this is something we can do to continue the momentum of recovery. We have partnerships, relationships, and movement on projects throughout rural Nevada that could potentially benefit from this investment. Without the opportunity to utilize some of these funds, these efforts may not be possible. This number, and it is a big number, did not come out of thin air. You have an affordable housing community of experts who came together as part of this ask to provide these recommendations. They certainly were designed to tackle some of the biggest challenges we face in the near term, but also to be true to the word investment. This investment will impact our kids, our grandkids, and generations to come if done right, and we have the utmost confidence in the Nevada Housing Division's people and proven processes to be a responsible and accountable steward. This could help our housing ecosystem in perpetuity. Let's do this together. Now, thank you.
Heidi
Thank you, Mr.
McKendry.
Brewer. Next public, please, go ahead.
Heidi McKendry, HeidimcKendree. Good morning, Chairman Brooks, senators, and assembly members. Thank you for your time today. My name is Heidi McKendry. I'm the Interim Executive Director for the Reno Housing Authority. It's no secret that the shortage of affordable housing in Nevada has become a crisis. We see it on the news every day. Housing prices for a modest one-bedroom apartment in northern Nevada have nearly doubled in the past 6 years. Availability of affordable housing was scarce before the pandemic and is even more so now. The senior population in Washoe County has also doubled in the last 20 years, and those on a fixed income should never have to choose whether to pay their rent or eat. Even those on a middle income level are struggling to keep a roof over their head. There has never been a time when the need for affordable housing has been greater than right now. The American Rescue Plan has provided Nevada a unique opportunity to address the affordable housing crisis head-on. The Nevada Housing Division is the most qualified agency to administer this historic and unprecedented federal allocation of funds that the governor has earmarked $500 million for affordable housing. The RHA wholly supports the Nevada Housing Division administering the $250 million that you are considering today, and any future allocations for affordable housing. They are the most qualified organization to ensure that these dollars are used in the most impactful and efficient manner by prioritizing projects that will serve the greatest number of Nevadans. The Reno Housing Authority, with over 75 years of experience providing affordable housing and a HUD high-performing agency, is poised and ready to work with the division and our local jurisdictions to move this issue forward and take action. Our seniors, our disabled community members, and our low-income families cannot wait. I appreciate the IFC addressing this vital need for Nevadans today, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. McKendry. Next public comment, please.
Thank you, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Carlton, and the committee. For the record, Katie Coleman, Katiecoleman, Nevada Rural Housing Communications Director. What does housing affordability look like? Affordability looks like Rick, a formerly homeless veteran who lives at Richards Crossing, an affordable community built by Nevada Rural Housing in Carson City. Rick once told me that not only did the hand up ensure a safe place to sleep at night, but that it got him on a path toward being able to apply for a job, reconnecting with family, and achieving some stability. It's tough to do that from the street. Affordability looks like Samantha, who works in housing herself, and her husband Brian as a welder. With assistance from our Home at Last program, they were able to purchase a home of their own in Winnemucca, giving their family a better opportunity for generational wealth. My job is to help tell the housing story, and these stories are part of a much larger ecosystem. In fact, we are all part of the ecosystem. It not only consists of individuals who are working to grow into the next rung on the housing ladder, it also consists of interdependencies. We all know our communities need Brian there to do those welding jobs, teachers who can work and live in the areas they serve, the server at the restaurant you like to frequent, the dental hygienist, the law enforcement officer, those in the service and hospitality industries. If we can't all survive and thrive in the communities we serve, the ecosystem fails. I encourage you to think about the veterans like Rick, the Bryans, and the Samanthas, those who serve our communities in important and vital ways as you make many important decisions today. I ask that this committee vote to transfer $250 million to the Home Means Nevada Initiative category to allocate to the Department of Business and Industry Housing Division for the purposes of developing and preserving affordable housing in Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman. Next public comment, please.
For the record, my name is Mark Ellis, Marcellis. Can everybody hear me? I'm having an asthma attack right now, so critical housing is, or affordable housing is critical here, but I feel kind of sheepish following all that up. But I'm here to talk about something that I feel is also important, which is broadband in Nevada. One thing we learned during this pandemic is how important internet is to everybody's home. Currently, I am working with a company. I work out in Austin, Nevada. I've also been working in Eureka, Nevada, very rural areas. I see every day what lack of good, reliable broadband brings out there for education, for medical, even for just reaching out to friends that, you know, don't have cell phones, because a lot of these areas don't have cell coverage. I've been talking with some of the cities, some of the rural areas, and they're on board with it. What I want to add is I've dealt with AT&T as well, and normally you'll hear Communication Workers of America and AT&T don't always see eye to eye. We are in absolute lockstep on this. We've got their agreement that there will be no contractors. Everybody will be hired here in the state of Nevada. Good union-paying jobs for the members of Nevada, which will help them afford housing, food, and everything that goes with it. So I just wanted to give my 2 cents to say thank you all very much for what you're doing, and let's try to keep as much of this work as humanly possible here in the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. Next public comment, please.
Good morning, Chairman Brooks, Vice Chair Carlton, and members of the Interim Finance Committee. For the record, my name is Ariel Edwards, ARIELLEEDWARDS, Government Relations Manager for Nevada Hand. Nevada Hand is the state's largest 501c3 nonprofit organization dedicated to the financing, development, construction, and management of high-quality homes in support of resident services and working families and seniors on fixed incomes. There are 35 Nevada Hand communities housing 8,000 low-income residents in Southern Nevada. Across our portfolio, our average monthly rent for our residents is approximately $730 a month. We're proud that we currently have over 700 units of affordable housing, either under construction or currently being rehabbed. However, we also recognize that according to the National Low-Income Housing Coalition, Nevada is 50th in the nation with the lowest statewide supply of affordable housing. And in Nevada, we only have 20 affordable units available for every 100 extremely low-income households. Therefore, with the help of unprecedented federal relief dollars going towards housing, our state is positioned to move the needle and to start to close the gap between the affordable housing need and the current housing stock. We rely on a variety of federal and state financing mechanisms to ensure that a project can be funded adequately. We believe the Home Means Nevada initiative shows Nevada's vested interest in affordable housing throughout our state. There are many ways to support affordable housing, but access to ARPA funds for affordable housing developers and our community partners would have wide-reaching benefits for the residents of our communities and Nevadans across the state. Nevada Hand is ready with projects in the pipeline that could potentially benefit from these funds. Investing in affordable housing is key to unlocking the door to opportunity as we expand housing options throughout our state. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. Welcome back to 4100. Go right ahead, please.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Christine Saunders, and I'm the Policy Director with the Progressive Leadership Alliance of Nevada and a member of the Nevada Housing Justice Alliance, here in support of Agenda Item G118 to invest $250 million into affordable housing through the Governor's Home Means Nevada initiative. Nevada is facing a housing crisis due to the skyrocketing rents and limited supply of affordable housing. We must invest in housing options to meet this moment and ensure that all Nevadans can have a safe and affordable place to call home. But that is not a simple problem that can be solved through one vote. We need to be thinking both and when it comes to solutions, not this or that. The Home Means Nevada initiative is an important piece of the puzzle alongside tenant protection legislation to address the needs of the community today. Our communities cannot thrive when our neighbors are at risk of unfair displacement. Housing stability is the foundation for safety and security, children's educational success, positive health outcomes, economic opportunity, and equitable, vibrant communities. Right now, we are squeezing families' budgets to the brink. Even if displacement does not occur, lack of affordable housing means families spend more of their income on housing and less on other basic necessities like food, medicine, and utilities. American Rescue Plan dollars are a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to address housing affordability. There's never been a better time than now to be bold in our actions and solutions. We are thankful that the governor has heard the call from constituents that this is the most pressing issue in their lives today, and urge you to continue to invest in affordable housing and policies that ensure all Nevada residents can maintain a safe and affordable roof over their heads. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saunders. Go right ahead, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Sarah Adler, S-A-R-A-H-A-D-L-E-R, here representing NAMI, which is National Alliance on Mental Illness, NAMI, Nevada. So NAMI, too, supports and appreciates your consideration of the $250 million pushed toward you today in the Home Means Nevada initiative. This initiative has 5 important buckets to it, and one of them is the development of affordable housing. What I ask your attention to is specifically calling out within that development bucket the creation and support of housing for extremely low-income Nevadans, which Ms. Edwards just mentioned, the extreme dearth of housing we have for people at 30%, even at 50% of area median income and lower, and for permanent supportive housing, that housing that is needed to address our homeless population, our substance-addicted population, people whom we want to move into recovery in the workforce. We really need to use this subsidy, this gift, to create that subsidy for the extremely low-income Nevadans. Our existing affordable housing system is working very well for people at 60% of AMI and above. We are not reaching the lowest folks. And so with this gift of ARPA, we have the subsidy to reach the people we need most. Everyone today has talked about this being a once-in-a-lifetime gift. Lifetimes go on. And so NAMI will be bringing forward to you proposals to create revenue to address this extreme gap. More than 50%, or an enormous number of the people who are extremely low income pay more than 50% of their rent for housing, as we just heard from the Graduate Student Association. So thank you for this great work. Let's target it to where we need it most. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Adler. Go right ahead, please.
Hello, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Lilith Barron, Lilithbaran, and I'm a policy associate for the ACLU of Nevada. We are here to applaud this effort and ensure that an investment in housing being the most important piece of the puzzle that we can make in our future. According to a HUD federal family option study, without stable housing, young people are more vulnerable to mental health problems, developmental delays, and poor cognitive outcomes. There's a correlation between housing instability and trauma, which can negatively impact future success. Educational outcomes for children are also improved with housing stability. Young people in stable housing are less likely to repeat a grade and less likely to drop out of school. Ultimately, the lack of stable housing has long-lasting effects that can impact health, education, and employment throughout people's lives and future generations. In an example, the study demonstrated that access to housing that is affordable and supportive leads to substantial benefits, reducing food insecurity and school mobility. It also improves well-being among adults as well as children. In addition, the study offers evidence that providing access to housing that is affordable strengthens family well-being and dramatically reduces child separations and domestic violence and physical distress. I would like to say that previously I was a teacher and I've witnessed this firsthand, and I know that some sitting members are also teachers and witness the effects that insecure housing has on their students. One student in particular that I would like to mention was extremely angry and violent, and no one could figure out what was wrong. She was on her last leg, and this was the last school that would accept her. She was taking public transportation to her home because all of the schools that she was zoned for were no longer able to accept her. And when she missed the bus one day, I took her home to find out that they had no electricity because mom had to decide between electricity and paying rent, and was living with 8 people in a 1-bedroom apartment, which is why she was unable to turn in her homework on time and so angry at school. So I would really like everyone to really make this investment and stand behind it for our kids and our future, and be collaborative and creative together to find a solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barron. Please go right ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Carlton, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Christine Hess, and I am the Executive Director for the Nevada Housing Coalition. I want to thank you for your time and service this morning. I also want to thank the Governor, the Department of Business and Industry, the Governor's team, the Nevada Housing Division for their commitment to affordable housing with the request to transfer $250 million to the Home Means Nevada Reserve. After the passage of the American Rescue Plan Act and the release of the Every Nevadan Recovery Framework, the Nevada Housing Coalition pulled together a statewide task force of nearly 70 stakeholders with diverse perspectives from the public and private sectors and across the affordable housing spectrum, from the unhoused to the American dream. Through a months-long process, we asked and answered the following questions. How can this once-in-a-lifetime funding have long-lasting and meaningful impacts on Nevada's affordable housing crisis? By investing these dollars in long-term assets, we catalyze efforts to address our affordable housing shortage. We need more homes for our Nevadans, and we need them now. How much should Nevada leadership consider committing? Our statewide task force concluded that a $500 million investment matched the needs of struggling Nevadans. Wow. My eyes got wide too. But we listened, as you are all listening, to the untenable situation of our neighbors, our businesses, our seniors, our workers, our students, our children. How should an allocation of funds be distributed among the various affordable housing priorities and initiatives? Multifamily development, preservation of our existing affordable housing, home ownership, and land. Also, let's prioritize 20% of the funds for permanent supportive housing and housing for our extremely low-income Nevadans. Can we deploy these funds? Absolutely. Our developers are ready. Our local governments are ready. Our greatest stakeholder, Nevadans, are ready. Our state agency, the Nevada Housing Division, already does this work well, manages the compliance and accountability. The division has been leading collaborative and coordinated conversations throughout the pandemic, and now as it looks ahead. I urge you to approve the transfer of $250 million to the Home Means Nevada Reserve and activate these resources for affordable housing today. This investment will benefit Nevadans for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hess. Go right ahead, sir.
Chair Brooks, members of the committee, my name is Jonathan Norman, JONATHAN-NORMAN. I'm with the Coalition of Legal Service Providers. Affordable housing, we are in a crisis, and I think NAMI just mentioned low-income Nevadans, and those are who we represent, whether it's the Legal Aid Center, Washoe Legal Services, VARN, or the Senior Law Program. These are the Nevadans. It cuts across all the clients we serve, whether that's kids in foster care who are with a fictive kin placement and that placement's in jeopardy because of housing, kids aging out of foster care, seniors, people fleeing domestic violence. Affordable housing is the issue that touches every one of our clients. We support the governor's proposal on affordable housing, and I want to thank the members of the committee. This issue isn't fixed by this, but this is a big step along the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, and good morning, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Carlton, and members of the committee. My name is Austin Brown, that's AUSTIN-BROWN, and I have the privilege of serving as the ASUN Student Body President at the University of Nevada, Reno. You're voting on a transfer of $250 million that would go towards funding affordable housing today, and I want to let you all know how impactful this would be on the students, staff, and faculty at the University of Nevada. But first, I want to thank our governor and our legislators for investing in affordable housing in our state. In 2020, 22% of our students who responded to a civic engagement survey identified as not having a home over the last 6 months. These dollars would be absolutely critical in helping our students succeed in completing their education here in the state of Nevada. Where scholars are going to sleep at night should not be a factor that hinders their education, and by approving these funds, we are one step closer to making this concept a reality. Under the guidance of President Sandoval, and through collaboration with our wonderful mayor, our university has made great steps this year to ensure that students have what they need to succeed, including working towards more affordable housing units for students on and near our campus. However, we are still hearing from our students, like you've heard from many today, that we are still in need of help. And today, I'm asking for all of you to be a part of that solution. I'd love to continue these conversations during our regular session, but please know that this is a great first step that our Wolfpack family would benefit from greatly, and we are extremely thankful for your consideration. On behalf of the University of Nevada, go Pack.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Are there any rebels? Any other public comment in the audience before we move to the phone? So I think, do we have anyone else here?
Okay, we're going to forgive that comment, rebels. Good morning, Mayor Hillary Sheevy. For the record, wow, first of all, can I just say, I'm going to ditch my notes, and my staff hates it when I do that, because they never know what's going to come out of my mouth. But I got to say, first of all, I'm so proud. All of you that spoke today live right in my community, and it just makes me so proud. And thank you for the kind words. I didn't pay him to say that, but I was very proud. But I have to tell you, I don't want to sound like a broken record. You guys all know that this is a dire need for many of you and my community, all of us in Nevada. The great thing is, Nevada, we truly work together. That's the state that we all are and we know and love. Like I said, I'm not going to go through these notes. I think this is totally redundant. Everyone has made some excellent points. What I am going to tell you is that Reno is ready. We have been ready. I've worked with many of you for many years on housing, especially we started in 2018. We knew this was going to be coming. We kept going after it and after it and after it. And I've been fortunate enough to work with so many people in my community that build and develop housing, and we need it now more than ever. But Reno is ready, and we're putting shovels in the ground now. It's always been incredibly challenging. All of us know in 2018, sort of in the downturn of the economy, projects stopped, and now we're trying to play catch up. So really, this money is essential. It is essential to make it happen. Many of you know I'm a massive mental health advocate. I never ever realized the difference having a roof over your head could possibly be. A young man by the, well, I say young, but a young man by the name of Cowboy, I met him at the Safe Camp. It's our shelter in Reno. And we were talking about what his future looked like. And he said, I'm becoming hopeless. And he looked defeated, and he looked so tired. And he said, all I want is a roof over my head. And I said, well, we will put you on the housing list. When I walked away, I will tell you, I thought to myself, this could take a very, very long time, months, if not years. He'd been living on the street for 5 years. 3 weeks ago, I attended an affordable housing grand opening. Green Street built a beautiful property, 100 affordable units. This man walked up to me. We started talking. He had tears in his eyes, but not just tears. They were crocodile tears. And he said, you don't recognize me, do you? And I said, no, I don't. And he said, I'm Cowboy. And he said, I can't begin to tell you how my life has changed. He looked well-rested. He was clean-shaven. He's gotten a job. He's connecting with his family. And he said it brought hope back into his life. I had no idea the impacts of what that meant to someone and so many people in my community till I saw it firsthand. You would have been shocked. Night and day difference because he had a roof over his head. It truly moved me. It really, really moved me. So I just want to tell you, thank you so much for your hard work, all you guys do. It means a lot to me. It means a lot to our community. It means a lot to the state. And so we really do. We have an opportunity with this money to really make a difference. And I'm grateful that I get to partner with all of you. And I know your job is hard, and just appreciate you very much. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sheevy. Do we have any other folks in the audience that want to make public comment before I move to the phones? All right. I don't see any. So broadcast services team, do we have anybody on the phones that would like to make public comment?
Thank you so much, Chair Brooks. To provide public comment at this time, please press *9 on your phone or raise hand in your Zoom window to take your place in the queue.
Good morning, Chairman Brooks and Madam Vice Chair Carlton. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead and be sure to state your name and spell it, please.
Of course, sir. My name is Dora Martinez, DORA-MARTINEZ. I had no chin today, so it's quiet in the background. Somebody stepped on my dog's paw, so we're off today. He's going to be fine. Went to the vet. I do represent the Nevada Disability Peer Action Coalition, and I do echo all of the public commenters before me, especially the NAMI rep. I do represent some people with disability, or most of my coalition are people with disability, and they do fall under the AMI of 30%. We would really encourage you guys to please, the accessible and affordable housing is needed, and especially inclusion and diversity, and disability must be included in that. At some point, you are born non-disabled, but as you get older, you become a disabled population. So please do not forget us. I know sometimes we're out of sight, but we are here, and we do suffer a lot of stuff that people, with all due respect, people who are non-disabled take for granted. One of the ladies who is a member of my coalition almost go to food pantries because her rent is $600. She makes $900 from SSI. She can't find a job because her affordable housing is outside of transportation circle. So sometimes she relies on friends and Good Samaritans that will give her a ride. So I appreciate you all, and thank you so much. And my daughter, who is a Lancer, just wants to big shout out to our representative, Assemblywoman Benita Thompson. She says hola, and thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Next caller, please. And I just want to remind the callers on public comment to try to be as concise as you can, because I just saw that there's 35 calls in the queue. And so to the extent that it's something that you can echo or just reinforce what maybe another caller said, that would be helpful to make sure that we can hear from every one of those 35 people. So with that, next caller, please.
Good morning, Chris Bailey, Nevada State Education Association, the voice of Nevada educators for over 120 years. NSCA offers our strong support for investment of American Rescue Plan dollars in the Home Means Nevada initiative to take a big step toward addressing the housing crisis sweeping across the state. NSCA stands united with our allies in the Nevada Housing Justice Alliance because we understand the critical importance of housing availability for the families of our students as well as our members. Before the pandemic, a lack of safe, decent, and stable place to live was a significant obstacle to learning and success for our most at-risk students. Now, on the heels of the pandemic's unemployment crisis, skyrocketing costs have seriously compromised housing security for more and more Nevadans. This not only harms our students and their families, it places additional pressures on already overburdened school communities. NSCA represents teachers, other licensed professionals, as well as education support professionals across the state. It is increasingly common to hear stories from new teachers about their struggles to find housing. A starting teacher would have to spend nearly 1/2 of their salary to rent an average one-bedroom apartment in Reno. Homeownership is just plain out of reach for most new educators, with the average sales prices there over $500,000. These numbers are far more daunting for many of the workers who make our schools run. A starting school bus driver in Clark County makes less than half of what is needed to afford the rent on an average one-bedroom apartment in Las Vegas. Buying a home is not even a remote possibility on that income. The stark contrast between educator pay and cost of living helps explain the unprecedented shortage of educators to teach our kids and make our schools run. Right now, CCSD alone lists nearly 2,000 vacant positions. Nevada needs bold action to address this crisis in public schools by both paying educators better and investing in affordable housing. NSCA's proposed Time for 20 that includes a 20% increase in educator pay and at least $20 an hour for the workers who make our schools run. Today's investment of American Rescue Plan funds for affordable housing needs to be a first step to address the skyrocketing cost of living. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Daly, and that was precisely 2 minutes. Appreciate it. Next caller, please.
Good morning, esteemed chair and committee members. My name is Dr. Tiffany Tyler Garner, Tiffany Tyler Garner, calling on behalf of the Children's Advocacy Alliance. Today you have an opportunity to vote for children and families while making a dent in some pressing social issues, whether addressing dwindling housing affordability, food insecurity, or the vital access to learning and services afforded by broadband. You can vote for progress today. We implore you to take the bold step of shoring up our mental health system, investing in healthcare access, housing, and childcare, and beginning to address the flat rates that have led to stagnant wages and the erosion of a number of our care systems. In support of this effort, we have submitted an exhibit detailing the work programs with the potential to positively improve conditions for children and families in the areas of health, education, child welfare, and economic well-being. We hope you will join us by investing in our shared future by voting yes to these items today. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Dr. Tyler Gardner. Next caller, please.
Good morning, Chair Brooks and Vice Chair Carlton, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Emily Paulsen, EMILYPAULSEN, and I'm the Housing Program Manager for Anthem Nevada Medicaid. I am providing public comment on agenda item G118. I am here on behalf of the Nevada Housing Coalition, where I sit on the organization's board of directors. I also participated in the coalition's task force that provided recommendations around the need for $500 million to be provided to develop multifamily housing, preserve our existing affordable housing stock, expand home ownership, and to prioritize 20% for permanent supportive housing and housing for extremely low-income Nevadans. As many of you know, housing access impacts our members' health, and it is important for us to work together to develop creative strategies to keep people housed and healthy. The development of affordable housing, and in particular supportive housing, is key to us scaling up evidence-based housing interventions for our homeless and housing insecure Medicaid members. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Paulsen. Next caller, please.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 073. You are unmuted and may proceed. Once again, caller with the last 3 digits, 073. You are unmuted and may proceed.
I'm sorry, I was
not fully unmuted. My name is Dayla Gibson, Daela Gibson, Director of Public Affairs for Planned Parenthood Marmonte. Planned Parenthood Marmonte serves thousands of patients in northern Nevada, and the majority of them are at or below the federal poverty level. We see people every day who are struggling to make their rent and put food on the table. There are a lot of people in our communities that are struggling to find stable, affordable housing, and their options shrink day by day. During the pandemic, many people have been living under the constant fear that their housing will be taken away, and housing insecurity is absolutely terrifying. The Home Needs Nevada initiative is an important way to strengthen the safety net for our communities to help people regain their footing and to help them have a sense of security and stability when it comes to the basic human right of housing. It's not enough to say that we care about people, we have to show that we care, and that's what this initiative does. Housing is healthcare. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson. Next caller, please.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Paul Catha, that's C-A-T-H-A, and I represent the Culinary Workers Union Local 226. Nevada is experiencing a housing crisis that is destabilizing our neighborhoods, making Nevadans less safe, and pushing working families out of their communities. The Culinary Union recently did a survey of hospitality workers, and 20% of those who responded said they were hit with more than a $500 rent increase this year. One Culinary Union guest room attendant had their rent recently doubled from $900 a month to $1,800 a month. The rent is too high. The Culinary Union applauds Governor Sisolak's proposal to invest $500 million in affordable housing. The Home Means Nevada program is a worthy use of once-in-a-lifetime ARPA dollars to address housing affordability. The Culinary Union would like to thank the governor and the legislature for this historic investment. Furthermore, the Culinary Union encourages elected officials to aggressively work to find solutions which ensure Nevadans can afford their rent in the coming weeks and months. The state of Nevada must protect Nevadans by preventing members of our community from being priced out of the housing market by wealthy corporations attempting to profiteer and gouge tenants with massive and unfair rent increases. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Catha. Next caller, please.
Caller with the last three digits, 781, you are unmuted and may proceed.
Thank you, Chair Brooks and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Chris Ferrari, F-E-R-R-A-R-I, Ferrari Reader Public Affairs on behalf of Dignity St. Rose Health, Dignity Health St. Rose Dominican in support of the Home Means Nevada initiative. As previous speakers have indicated, the initiative will lower the cost of housing, help seniors make repairs and accessibility retrofits to stay in their homes, and boost housing availability. Housing is an essential social determinant of health, and St. Rose is thankful that the legislature and governor's office are taking action to address Nevada's affordable housing crisis. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrari. Next caller, please.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead, state your name and spell it.
All right. Chair Brooks, members of the Interim Finance Committee, I'm David Goldwater, D-A-V-I-D-G-O-L-D-W-A-T-E-R, representing the Nevada Home Builders Association. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on Agenda Item 18 in this work program. As a former member of this committee and a former chair of the Ways and Means Subcommittee on General Government, this agenda item raises a flag. The amount of money and the way in which this money is conveyed from the legislative to the executive branch is extraordinary. I've always believed the balance between the three branches of government serves our citizens best. Because of the limitations of biennial sessions and biennial budgeting, Nevada's executive branch has disproportionate influence over the budgeting function that is constitutionally assigned to the legislature. The transfer of hundreds of millions of dollars to do a work program from the Interim Finance Committee to the Housing Division for affordable housing should be concerning to legislators. But extraordinary opportunity calls for extraordinary measures. Where this item could go through the normal legislative process, the legislature would follow certain steps. You'd define the problem, you'd identify possible solutions, you'd vet the best options, and you'd create a work program that effectively and efficiently solves a problem, and you would fund it accordingly. Here, you're dealing with the problem of affordable housing. This problem is hardly a new one, and this body has spent decades defining what the problems are. Further, because this is not a new problem, the universe of efficient and effective solutions has been narrowed over time as well. The challenge has always been finding sufficient funding resources to implement those solutions. Through these ARP dollars, we have a unique opportunity to do just that, to fund many of the strategies we hoped would help Nevadans with secure, affordable housing options. Governor Sisolak recognized affordable housing as a priority for use of this money. As you know, this money comes with restrictions on use and must also be used within a time window. The Nevada Home Builders Association has actively worked with the Nevada Housing Coalition to consider options to address the housing needs of Nevadans. We have examined in detail the work programs under the Housing Division. We have spent time with their leadership. The governor's recommendations are closely aligned with those of the Nevada Housing Coalition. That is why we are comfortable recommending approval of this work program. It is a vital constitutional function that the legislature control the power of the purse. The ARP is an extraordinary opportunity to fund many of the priorities the legislature has struggled to fund in the past. Many of Governor Sisolak's recommendations have been thoughtfully reviewed by a robust process within the Nevada Housing Coalition. I am confident that even if this were to go through the entire legislative process, there would be little, if any, variance from the current solutions proposed. Therefore, because of the constraints of time and the extraordinary opportunity presented under the ARP, we support the IFC approval of this agenda item.
Thank you, Mr. Goldwater. Next caller, please.
Thank you, Chair Brooks and members of the Interim Finance Committee. My name is Benjamin Challoner. That's BenjaminChallonor. I'm the Policy Director of Faith in Action Nevada, and we are a member of the Nevada Housing Justice Alliance.
Excuse me, sir. You're very muted and we can't hear you. If you could start over and maybe try to talk just a little bit louder.
All right. Hopefully this is a bit better.
It is better. Go right ahead.
Of the Interim Finance Committee. Awesome. My name is Benjamin Challoner, BenjaminChallonor, and I am the Policy Director with Faith in Action Nevada, and we are also a member of the Nevada Housing Justice Alliance. We are also here in support of Work Program Item G118, the transfer of $250 million of ARPA funds to the Home Means Nevada program. We'd also like to applaud Governor Sisolak and the Nevada Legislature with the eventual passage of this transfer. This is an unprecedented investment of $500 million, a part of the unprecedented investment of $500 million for affordable housing here in Nevada. This is an essential investment for all Nevadans who are experiencing housing insecurity. As many have mentioned prior, folks of different walks of life have been making difficult decisions when it comes to their budgets, especially when housing costs take up more than the quote-unquote recommended 30% of their budget, oftentimes more than 50%. This has a lot of short and long-term effects on health, mental health, education, and much more. We work closely and organize with clergy and faith leaders across Nevada. One of the major concerns that they hear from their congregates and their faithful is the fear of losing their homes because of the rising cost of rent. This housing crisis has been present in Nevada for years now, but has been made much, much worse as a result of the pandemic. With this investment, we will begin to make huge steps towards fixing the inequalities in housing access. This is not only the right and moral step to do, to make sure that all Nevadans have access to a safe and affordable housing. Additionally, we must also be taking a look at additional tenant protections to keep Nevadans in their homes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Challoner. Next caller, please.
Good morning, Chair Brooks and members of the Interim Finance Committee. For the record, this is Treasurer Zach Conine. I'm calling in support of item G118, an amazing investment into affordable housing for Nevadans. Housing, or the lack thereof, is the most existential threat to Nevada's strong economic recovery. During the Nevada Recovers listening tour, we held over 120 community meetings over 80 days, hearing constantly that housing was a top concern for residents throughout our state. Nevada is currently facing a deficit of over 105 affordable housing units, including 84,000 units for extremely low-income individuals. Compared to 1 year ago, rental prices in Nevada have outpaced the national average, with monthly rents increasing in Las Vegas by 30% in 2020 and in Reno by 21.8% since 2020. We recognize that housing is a human right, and every single Nevadan should have access to an affordable place to live. To address Nevada's housing crisis, we are doing everything we can at the state level to make strategic investments in housing across the state. We've provided over $280 million in emergency rental assistance to over 52,000 households. We've issued more tax-exempt bonds to support affordable housing than any other administration in history, with an additional $300 million in bonding that will support 3,000 units by 2024. And our very own Nevada State Infrastructure Bank has worked to partner with the AFL-CIO's Housing Investment Trust to develop a pipeline of projects supported by Nevada's first ever social bond issuance that will deliver an additional $200 million in new affordable housing projects beginning this year. Today's investment of an initial $250 million into the governor's Home Means Nevada initiative demonstrates the state's long-term commitment to making sure that tackling the affordable housing crisis is a top priority at the highest levels of our government. With this investment in Home Means Nevada, the state is committing more than $1 billion, billion with a B, towards making sure that every Nevadan has a place to live and make a life for their families. I want to thank the legislature, the governor, and all of the housing advocates you've heard from today for their tireless support of these efforts. The Treasury is behind you. Thank you.
Thank you, Treasurer Conine. Next caller, please.
Good morning, Chairman and Committee. My name is Nathaniel Waugh, Nathaniel Waugh, and I'm the Manager of Policy, Advocacy, and Training for the Nevada Homeless Alliance. I'm calling today in support of G118. This historic investment of once-in-a-lifetime funds into affordable housing will go a long way toward addressing Nevada's equally historic underinvestment in affordable housing infrastructure and do much to help Nevadans all across our state who are increasingly being shut out of the housing and rental markets. It's a challenge for us to say Home Means Nevada when Nevadans cannot afford to live in Nevada. I thank the committee for taking up this item and urge the overwhelming support of item G118. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Good morning. Happy Thursday, Interim Finance Committee. My name is Tiffany Meza Hellor, TIFFANY, I am a native Nevadan, born and raised in Carson City, and my two children are born and raised in Las Vegas. I call in support of Work Program C58255, Agenda Item 21, as well as Work Program 22FRF10034, Agenda Item 24. Investing in children and family resources through education is extremely important for dual citizen students. High-quality pre-K academic programming for early start student skills can and should include internationally focused curriculum awareness for our students in order to support our diverse Nevadan families. I would like to see at least one guidance counselor at each school in Nevada specialized in dealing directly with the international student population. Sometimes multicultural students get left behind because they are so far advanced. And we all understand that this type of academic neglect begins to play out as social and emotional challenges for our students. This outreach starts pre-K. Setting up pre-K programs for globally diverse students, for example, first and second generational multilingual families, not only sets students up for success, for inclusion, but it also gives opportunity for the state of Nevada to use the strength of our diverse global industry market. We are missing low-hanging fruit, and the fruits are our children. Nevada can level our biggest educational challenges by using our biggest state advantages, global human capital investment through education. Our international children are ready to be engaged not only through STEAM, but also through global cultural communication. Systems must be set in place for testing students' advanced knowledge pre-K, as well as maintaining testing options for advanced placement K through 12. So these types of systems are sometimes set in place in Southern Nevada schools. It has been my experience as a mother that they are extremely difficult to access. Thank you for your time and for investing in Nevada's children and families.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Good morning, Chairman Brooks and members of the committee. My name is Frederick Herron, F-R-E-D-R-I-C-K, Herron, H-A-R-O-N. I am the Chief Administrative Officer of the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority, and I want to thank you for your time and service this morning. I also want to thank Governor and his team for their commitment for affordable housing with the request to transfer $250 million to the Home Means Nevada Reserve. Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority administers over 16,000 units, serving over 38,000 household members in Southern Nevada. We currently have a waiting list of approximately 29,674 applicants for all of our programs. Our physical need assessment reports identified approximately $190 million in repairs. We receive approximately $4 million in capital funds from the federal government. Currently, there's a need for affordable housing in Southern Nevada. Nevada has the greatest shortage among states in the nation, with only 20 available affordable housing units for every extremely low household income. 79% of those households are severely cost burdened by rent. Because of the affordable housing shortage, landlord rents as well as security deposits has increased drastically. This has a direct effect on our housing choice voucher participants. We need more affordable housing. The timing of these funds couldn't be better. I've worked at the Housing Authority for the past 20 years, and this is the first time that I've seen an allocation of this size for affordable housing. Our agency has the experience and knows the tool using project-based vouchers to maximize and leverage these funds to build more affordable housing. Currently, we have projects in the pipeline that could potentially benefit from all of these funds as well. We also have approximately 52 acres of vacant land in which to build affordable housing throughout the valley. Lastly, I believe with the support of our board, which consists of county commissioners, city council members from each of our jurisdictions, as well as working relationship with the Nevada Housing Division, these funds will put us in a great position to increase affordable housing in the region. I urge you to approve the transfer of the $250 million of Home Means Nevada reserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herron. Next caller, please.
Good morning. My name is Reverend Michael Willoughby, and I'm calling this morning. I had prepared remarks, but I'm calling this morning because in just a few weeks, it'll be the 2-year anniversary of my family being hours away from homelessness after a domestic violence situation. And Chair Brooks and Vice Chair Carlton, I believe are familiar with me. We know each other. I call in here regularly and appear before your committees and testify. The face of vulnerability to homelessness in Nevada is changing. I'm a reverend. I don't preach to a regular congregation. The closest thing that I have to a congregation are the people that I see on a regular basis at the intersection of where Fifth splits off into Main, downtown. And every time I am down there, it is not the same faces. I see new faces. I see neighbors. my neighbors, your neighbors. I see Nevadans, scrappy Nevadans, who have done everything right and worked hard. When my family narrowly avoided homelessness, we were lucky enough to get into a rental. Absolute miracle. We were paying twice the mortgage that I was paying before for about a third of the house. When that lease was up, they attempted to raise that rent by almost double in a year. Nevadans need help. No one else is coming to help us but us. It is our responsibility to take care of each other. And this $250 million, that is an unprecedented amount of money, and in my eyes, a miracle. And you've heard the other people this morning. This is an amazing outpouring of support. And those of us who have been in these things know that. Please put through this allocation of $250 million, unprecedented windfall money for us, Nevadans, all of us, into the Home Means Nevada program so that other people who aren't able to fight like my family was, who aren't as privileged as my family is, have a fighting chance to not be put on the street, to just live a normal life with a roof over their heads. Thank you so much for your time. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead and state your name and spell it for us and go get started.
Okay. Thank you. For the record, my name is Donna Bath, D-O-N-N-A-B-A-T-H. I'm speaking to you today on your agenda item G118 on behalf of the White Pine County Main Street Housing Committee. White Pine County, like many other counties in Nevada, is facing critical need for housing. We have been actively working on our housing issues for several years. Through this process, we've identified many roadblocks that we're trying to work through. I wish I could expand on these obstacles, but it would take much longer than the 2 minutes I have. I've tried to seek information on your agenda item to gain a better understanding of where this money is set to go, what the criteria is, and what we need to do as a community to be considered to share in that money. I understand this funding is COVID money. One example we have is our local hospital, it seems, would certainly qualify, as they've been on the front lines of COVID for the last 2.5 years. Their staffing levels are critical. They have professionals willing to move and work in White Pine County, but seriously, there are absolutely no houses or apartments available in our community. We have professionals trying to live in motels and in some cases camp trailers. We have a shovel-ready project that would build 12 much-needed units for our hospital professionals. If we could just obtain $4 million of the $250 million. The problem is the professionals we need at the hospital would not qualify under the 60% AMI criteria under your Home Means Nevada. We have completed housing needs assessments, and they show that White Pine County critically needs a minimum of 300 apartment units and 100 single-family homes. One of the Nevada Recovers priorities listed is to strengthen secure housing for all Nevadans. Housing is an essential basic need that not is only vital to safety and health, it's critical to the recovery of our economy, education, and health care. The dollar allocation as proposed in the Home Means Nevada, in my opinion, would severely limit access to most of the communities in rural Nevada. I would really appreciate if you could reconsider your proposed criteria for allocation of the money on your agenda today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bath. Next caller, please.
Thank you, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Carlton, and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Neoma Jardon, Neomajardon, Vice Mayor, City of Reno. I'm providing comment today to express to this committee that the City of Reno not only supports, but is very excited about the opportunity of moving $250 million to the Home Means Nevada Fund. We've been focusing enormous amounts of time, energy, and resources to bring about more housing options in Reno, dedicating over half of our allocation of ARPA money to affordable housing. We are starting to see projects go vertical, and it is very exciting, but there is still so much need. An example is the CARES campus, which Governor Sisolak, along with many other federal and local elected leaders, brought to fruition to provide emergency sheltering for our homeless population. What we are seeing, however, is difficulties in the individuals exiting the emergency sheltering into any form of transitional or supportive housing, simply because it doesn't exist. We're asking this body to support item G118 to invest more funds into this critical need for our region. The item on the agenda today allows us to leverage the city's federal funding along with the state's to get more projects, real projects, over the finish line. It really is an opportunity of a lifetime to make a monumental change across the state. We at the City of Reno are just laser focused on this issue. Increasing the number of available housing units for rent at affordable rates is a priority. Providing deposit and rental assistance to more than 2,600 households to date, and the number continues to grow. And we are incentivizing infill through reduced development costs, land contributions, and that has helped to create 467 new affordable units. We are making progress, but the need is still immense, and the need is immediate. I would ask you all to partner with us by approving this important funding, and I truly believe that together we can make a significant difference. Thank you for your public service and your time and attention to this critical matter. And go Pack.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the IFC committee. This is Olivia Diaz, and I am the City Councilwoman for Ward 3, which includes most of downtown Las Vegas and the east side of our city. I also currently serve as the chairperson of the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority. The affordable housing challenges that are facing Southern Nevada are becoming a crisis, one that is too big for any one city or agency or organization to adequately address. And our residents, our shared constituents, are suffering. Increasingly, we're having many people come to our Housing Authority Board meetings or our City Council meetings, and they're just pleading to us to do something about rent control. That's why I'm here today to offer my support for item G118 that would make the first allocation of funds to the State Housing Division to support the Home Means Nevada initiative. Focusing that level of funding on the challenge we face is significant. And make no mistake, this is a challenge we all must face and tackle together. With Mayor Goodman's leadership, my colleagues and I on the City Council have dedicated 20% of our ARP funds to affordable housing. But unless we work together locally and regionally, and now with the state, our residents won't get the maximum benefit of the funding we are all directing toward expanding the availability of affordable housing options in our communities. We all need to act quickly, and we all need to act together. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Madam Vice Chair and committee members for your careful consideration of this item on your agenda today, and I urge your support.
Thank you, Councilor Diaz. Good to hear from you. Next caller, please.
Caller with the last three digits, 068. You are unmuted and may proceed.
Chair, members of the committee, for the record, Aaron West, AARON-WEST, CEO of the Nevada Builders Alliance, and on behalf of my board of directors and the over 1,000 member companies, representing Nevada's construction industry, we are calling in support of the investment in the Home Means Nevada program. I will echo the comments from the Nevada Housing Coalition and Nevada Rural Housing in the interest of brevity. And thank you very much for your support.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 601, you are unmuted and may proceed. Once again, caller with the last 3 digits, 601, you are unmuted and may proceed. Caller with the last 3 digits, 237. You are unmuted and may proceed.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Marlene Lockhart, representing SEIU and the nearly 13,000 home care workers in Nevada. Last legislative session, this body had the foresight to create the Home Care Employment and Standards Board to address the critical needs and recruitment and retention of these essential home care workers. There are a number of work program items on the agenda today, accepting federal ARPA dollars designed to improve the home health care worker in Nevada. We strongly urge your support and direction that these funds be used to implement the recommendations being made by this important board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lockhart. Next caller, please.
Good morning, Chair Brooks and Interim Finance Committee. My name is Annette Dawson-Owens, A-N-N-E-T-T-E, Dawson, D-A-W-S-O-N, Owens, O-W-E-N-S. I'm grateful to serve as the School Readiness Policy Director for the Children's Advocacy Alliance. Thank you for all your work and service, especially in regards to the students in the great state of Nevada. I would like to call in support of items in G2 listed, specifically 21 through 30, regarding the Charter School Authority. We believe all students deserve access to high-quality schools and support both district and charter schools, which are public entities, and give choice and options for education to some of our most underserved individuals. At the Children's Advocacy Alliance, our role is to advocate for those living in poverty, those with limited English language acquisition, those navigating disabilities, those impacted by the juvenile justice system, and of course, all Nevada children. We have sent in written testimony, but we'll highlight a few priorities here. Item 21 will provide access for Nevada students to high-quality pre-kindergarten, which is foundational for student future success and provides them with a strong start in skills such as literacy, social and emotional learning, and early education in general. We support item 22 to provide students living in poverty with needed individualized additional supports in education to provide equity and access to their receiving that same high-quality education. Addressing both items 24, students with limited English proficiency, and item 26, related to special needs, both provide increased supports that are critical for these individuals' education success and which have been shown to likely not have been as readily available during the pandemic. In addition, we support items 103, 105 related to child and family services. These services are necessary to provide all students continuous access to high-quality education despite being housed in different settings. Their education must be continuous. Finally, from the G1 list, we support item 24 related to the Governor's Office of Science, Innovation, and Technology. This will provide equitable access for our students across Nevada to broadband services and projects in order to effectively facilitate education learning for all of our students. Thank you for all you do on behalf of Nevada students and for valuing education as a top investment and priority for the future of our state.
Thank you, Ms. Dotson-Owens. Next caller, please.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead. State your name and spell it, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Cedric Crear, CEDRIC, CREAR, and members of the committee. I serve as the councilman for Ward 5 in the city of Las Vegas, which covers the historic Westside. And my constituents in Ward 5 face many challenges, which is why I've been laser focused on the 100 plan in action since I've been in office. It is a plan that has been consistently addressing the most pressing and persistent issues in Ward 5. Among the most significant challenges is affordable housing, both the quantity and the ever-increasing cost. And in fact, throughout the city and Southern Nevada region, collectively, we need an estimated 70,000 units of affordable housing right now. And that number will continue to increase. And this is a growing crisis. And I'm here to offer my support and seek yours for item G118 that seeks the first allocation of funding for the Home Means Nevada initiative. This funding will make a considerable difference in the regional efforts to substantially improve access to affordable housing for the constituents you and I share. And I mentioned regional efforts because this issue is a much bigger one than any one jurisdiction. And to that end, we have been continually working with our colleagues in Southern Nevada to ensure we are stretching every single dollar as far as possible. Councilwoman Diaz mentioned we on the City Council have dedicated 20% of our direct ARPA funding towards affordable housing, and other jurisdictions have followed suit. We believe that by working cooperatively and collaboratively with other jurisdictions and now with the State Housing Division, together we can make significant progress on the affordable housing issue on behalf of all of our constituents. They say that the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, and the next best time to plant a tree is today. So I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, the members of the committee, Governor Sisolak, for your thoughtful consideration of this important initiative, and I urge you to support it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Crear. Next caller, please.
Good morning, Chair Brooks, members of the committee. Nicole Rourke, representing the city of Henderson. Henderson enthusiastically supports the allocation of $500 million to the Home Means Nevada initiative to increase and preserve the supply of affordable housing in Nevada. This first tranche of $250 million is critical to fund and implement projects quickly and effectively. The city adopted its housing and community development strategy in 2020 as part of our comprehensive plan. This strategy was started with a housing market study performed by Applied Analysis, and that study found that in Henderson alone, 15,000 households spend more than 50% of their income on housing. This forecast also showed that within a decade, all household income groups earning less than $100,000 per year would see a shortage. And for households earning less than $50,000 per year, over 75% are expected to struggle to find affordable housing options without additional market intervention. Although there was much needed funding for rental assistance in recent federal stimulus bills, that funding did not increase the inventory of affordable housing long term. Home Means Nevada is an important opportunity to increase the supply of affordable housing units. The city has a long history of working with the Nevada Housing Division and on affordable housing efforts through a variety of funding sources. We strongly support allocating the funds to the division and look forward to our continued partnership with Deputy Administrator Acroft and his team to implement projects and make progress in addressing Nevada's housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Caller with the last three digits, 016. please press star 6 to unmute. Thank you. You are unmuted and may proceed.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please state your name and spell
Hello.
it, and go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Hello, Mr. Chair, members of the State Legislature and Interim Finance Committee. My name is Alan Morales. That is spelled A-L-A-N, Alan Morales, M-O-R-A-L-E-S. I am speaking as a volunteer on behalf of Planned Parenthood. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to talk today. I'll make this brief and short because I know there's people waiting on the line. But I just want to say I'm currently a student at UNLV, and I live in Henderson. I'm here to support the governor's proposal to invest $500 million from the American Rescue Plan here in Nevada to bring down the cost of housing and finally invest much needed money into affordable housing and boost housing availability for all. This historic investment will significantly help the most vulnerable secure housing and help seniors make much needed repairs to their homes. This program helps to address Nevada's housing affordability crisis, which has gotten worse due to the pandemic. This will provide the most vulnerable and secure and affordable housing and keeping families at home. Thank you very much for your time, and please support the government's proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morales. Next caller, please.
Good morning, Michael Cullen, Chief of Staff to Lieutenant Governor Lisa Cano Burkhead, for the record, Michaelcullen. We'll keep it brief. The Lieutenant Governor's office is supportive of this historic investment by the governor and the governor's office. Our state faces a critical shortage of affordable housing as our state builds back from the economic effects of the pandemic. Teachers, nurses, police officers, and hospitality workers and all Nevadans deserve to live in and thrive in the communities they serve. Thank you for your time, Chair Brooks and members of the Interim Finance Committee.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Caller with the last 3 digits,
Hello, good morning.
840. Yep, proceed. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tamara Favors. I'm with Make It Work Nevada, and I am a member of the Housing Justice Alliance. I'm calling in support of agenda item G118. Currently, with the average of income being $31,000 and rising rent costs, it is harder for Nevadans to feel like in its home. People are being priced out, and for years, Nevada has been known for its affordable housing. Voting to put funds into affordable housing will keep Nevadans in homes and have fewer families will now live the reality of being homeless. You have the ability to fit this piece into the puzzle into solving the housing crisis. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Good morning, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Carlton, and members of the committee. This is Joanna Jacob on behalf of Clark County in support of item G1, 18 on the work program today. We recognize the profound and pressing need for affordable housing for Clark County. I wanted to put on the record, I know Commissioner Naft and Commissioner Segerboom intended to call in. I don't know if they're still in the queue, but I know that they intended to call in support of this item as well. Earlier this week, the Clark County Board of County Commissioners approved $160 million towards the Clark County Community Housing Fund. It's intended to support and accelerate the development of affordable and workforce housing programs in Southern Nevada. And considering that, we estimated that there's approximately 86,000 housing units that are required in Clark County to meet the need of very low and extremely low income households. In addition, homeownership, as you've heard, is out of reach for very low to moderate income households due to rising home prices in our community. Many of those impacted are on fixed incomes in jeopardy of becoming chronically homeless, or are minimum wage earners providing critical services to the community and upon whom our local economy depends. We believe that these county efforts will go hand in hand with the efforts of our state housing division. And we want to thank the Governor, Administrator Acroft of State Housing Division for the ongoing collaboration we've had and we commit to working together as partners on this allocation and programming, and we're asking the committee for your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Jacob. Next caller, please.
Caller with the last three digits, 832. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Once again, caller with the last three digits, 832. Please press *6 to unmute your microphone. Caller with the last three digits, 809. Please press *6 to unmute. Thank you. You may proceed.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Chairman Brooks and committee members. My name is Mary Kerner, Maykerner. I'm the CEO for the Rural Nevada Development Corporation here in Ely. Speaking to item G118, homeownership and rehabilitation, one of the mechanisms you have listed is down payment assistance. We currently administer a DPA program funded by Nevada Housing Division, and the common issue we have is the maximum purchase price, which impedes our ability to help. Two examples. In White Pine County, the purchase price cannot exceed $170,000, and in Elko County, the purchase price can't exceed $238,000. The limits need to be aligned with the market so we can help families obtain the dream of homeownership. The funds earmarked for rehabilitation, there's far more demand than there are funds available. Each year, we are only allocated $150,000. The maximum project cost per home is $30,000. This is 5 homes that we can rehab within 16 counties, so everywhere except Clark County. Our current waiting list is more than 3 years. Applicants often pass away or are forced into terrible situations, such as getting unlicensed work done and making things worse, or abandoning the home, and you all know what that means. We often see that in the rural areas. I would respectfully ask that you reevaluate the allocation and earmark funds specifically for rural areas in Nevada for rehabilitation. I would also add, as a White Pine County resident, our critical housing shortage has reached an all-time high. We are in desperate need of workforce housing. I recognize affordable housing is also important, but I'm asking the committee to carve out a portion of this $500 million initiative to address the crucial need for workforce housing as well. Please don't leave out the rurals in your decisions today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Good morning, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Carlton, and IFC committee members. My name is Susie Vasquez, SUSYVASQUEZ, Executive Director of the Nevada State Apartment Association. The Apartment Association represents 67% of multifamily owners and managers in Nevada and echoes previous supporting comments to approve the first tranche of funding for the Home Means Nevada program. We would also like to recognize Christine Hess and the Nevada Housing Coalition's task force for all their hard work in making this moment possible. It was a huge lift to gather feedback from a wide range of stakeholders and even more work to bring forward a well-rounded initiative with a comprehensive look forward. We would also like to recognize Treasurer Conine for his efforts in supporting and further expanding the ability to address affordable and attainable housing for Nevadans. Funding is the first step, and it's exciting to see so many stakeholders from both the public and private sector already bringing forward solutions, plus putting forth a commitment to continue to come together and address the road ahead. I have no doubt many great opportunities and solutions will be created using these life-changing funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vasquez. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Brooks and the members of the committee. For the record, my name is Serena Evans, SERENA-EVANS, and I'm the Policy Coordinator for the Nevada Coalition to End Domestic and Sexual Violence. The proposed investment in the Home Means Nevada initiative is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to address safe and affordable housing in Nevada and simultaneously create opportunities for victim survivors and their families. For victim survivors of domestic and sexual violence, access to affordable and safe housing is routinely listed as the most significant barrier for them when leaving an abusive relationship. Without being able to access housing, victim survivors cannot achieve long-term stability. This lack of available housing jeopardizes their safety by forcing them to either stay with their abuser, return to their abuser, or become homeless. Additionally, in 99% of domestic violence cases, financial abuse occurs, making a victim survivor's feasibility of obtaining housing impossible. Simply stated, affordable housing is violence prevention. We thank this committee for prioritizing affordable housing in Nevada, and we look forward to seeing the positive impacts that this initiative and investments will have on victim survivors and marginalized communities across the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Next caller, please.
Hello, my name is Lori Murphy, LORRIMURPHY. I'm with the Ovation Development. We're one of the largest Las Vegas developers of market rate and affordable housing communities. I want to thank the committee for the opportunity to speak today in support of item G1, the Home Means Nevada initiative. Affordable housing has always been complex, but current market conditions have made development even more difficult now. Construction costs, land, operating costs, operating expenses, and interest rates have risen astronomically recently. For example, construction costs have risen 25% and interest rates 100 basis points in just the past 6 months. This creates a financing gap that makes many projects infeasible without additional help. Ovation has 6 projects in the pipeline, which would create over 1,000 units of affordable housing. This includes 40 units of permanent supportive housing, which is sorely needed. These funds would help these important projects go forward. Nevada has a very engaged and affordable housing community where Nevada Housing Division and local governments collaborate with developers to come up with housing solutions. The Nevada Housing Division does an excellent job of allocating and monitoring affordable housing resources. Nevada Housing Division would be an excellent steward of the American Recovery Plan Act funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Next caller, please.
Good morning, Chair Brooks and members of the Interim Finance Committee. For the record, my name is Scott Black, SCOTTBLACK, and I represent the City of North Las Vegas as a City Councilman in Ward 3. And also I have the privilege of sitting as a commissioner on the Board of Commissioners for the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority. I'm actually calling in from rural or southeastern Idaho. I'm here for my daughter and son-in-law's graduation. I'm in hot water with the family because of the awesome comments that have been made that I've listened to, so I won't reiterate, other than I support fully what has been said before. You heard Mr. Fred Heron from the Housing Authority, as well as my colleague Olivia Diaz, who's the current chair of the huge deficit of affordable housing that we have in Nevada, but in Southern Nevada in particular. Those 29,000 plus individuals that are on the waiting list are more than a number. They represent 29,000 plus families, stories, struggles, and a quest for safe, clean, and affordable housing. And as the previous chair of the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority Board of Commissioners for 3 years, we, like Olivia said, heard on a regular basis the struggle and the challenge and the compelling stories that individuals face, even with government support and subsidy, to find reasonable and affordable housing that fit within their budget. I just wanted to say how much I support this effort of allocating $250 million to the Home Means Nevada initiative that's before you today to support affordable housing. Like Fred Herron said, we have in Southern Nevada land, we have partners, we have tremendous opportunities before us to make huge inroads in bridging the gap for those that need affordable housing. And I'm excited for this first step that ISD is taking today, or hopefully will take today, in order to address this dire situation. So thank you for your time and allowing me to speak, and go Rebels.
Thank you, Mr. Black. And next caller, please.
Ms. Nielsen, if you are prepared, you may unmute and proceed.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead and state your name and spell it.
Okay, this is Catherine Nielsen. Catherine, Catherine, Nielsen, Nielsen. And I'm the Executive Director of the Nevada Governor's Council on Developmental Disabilities. I'm going to make this super brief. I echo what's been stated here today. I also want to echo what was stated by Ms. Dora Martinez. Across the nation, people with developmental disabilities face a severe crisis in the availability of decent, safe, affordable, and accessible housing. Our council continues to promote inclusion for people with developmental disabilities to live in their communities and guard against return to congregate facilities or other institutions. The council believes that citizens with developmental disabilities should live in inclusive, safe, and affordable communities of their choice, and applaud the state's effort to use these funds to provide more affordable housing options in our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nielsen. Next caller, please.
Good morning. This is Deacon Tom Roberts, Deacon, D-E-A-C-O-N, T-O-M-R-O-B-E-R-T-S. I am the President and Chief Executive Officer for Catholic Charities of Southern Nevada, and thank you for your patience and your ability to hear from all of us the need for more affordable housing. And I, again, just want to echo my support for G1-18. We have the privilege of serving tens of thousands of some of the most vulnerable in our community that often are the silent sufferers, those that have no voice. And in our society, in our throwaway society, unfortunately, they often get pushed aside. We are prepared, working with partners with our jurisdictions, Nevada Housing Authority, the Nevada Hand, to build and construct permanent supportive housing for people that we serve. Often when they come into our facility for the 16 programs and services and we help them get to a better place, they fall back into homelessness because they have nowhere to live. You will see the results of that on our streets and on our sidewalks. The other reality that we all know is that these folks end up being the largest user of our social services dollars, including the legal system. So this recommendation that's being made for this spend, I believe, is financially and fiscally responsible, and it also creates an opportunity for all of us to take care of some of the most vulnerable of God's children. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deacon Roberts. Next caller, please.
Hello, Aaron Finance Committee. My name is Shelley Speck. That's S-H-E-L-L-Y-S-P-E-C-K. I live in Gardnerville, Nevada, and I am speaking today in support of item 43. That's the Department of Health and Human Services, Aging and Disability Services, Early Intervention Services. If passed, it will allow the transfer of grant funds from the Department of Health and Human Services to provide oversight and services to infants and toddlers with disabilities and their families. I am a mother to a child diagnosed under the Nevada Child Find program. I am forever grateful that these services were available to us and will continually be a supporter of this program. Since my child currently utilizes special education in kindergarten, I will always be doing my best to keep him caught up with his peers. My son was 3.5 years old when he was diagnosed with a developmental delay, and I often wonder what could have been different if we would have intervened before then. As a first-time parent, we don't often see things as they are, but rather how we wish them to be. Perhaps if parents have better access to toddler screening, children would receive better clinical support with the opportunity for being discharged before their first day of kindergarten. And then we would have less need for special education services within the schools, which encompasses a heavy workload for many teachers who are choosing to leave special education altogether. It is my hope that additional funding will provide vital support for infants and toddlers with disabilities in Nevada to continue receiving services, including speech and occupational therapies to address physical development, cognitive development, communication, social or emotional development, and adaptive development. I believe that Nevada can provide additional opportunities for parents to seek guidance with a clinician other than their pediatrician who has limited time to see their children. I ask that you please consider the benefit to our children and approve this funding to use for special needs infants and toddlers with disabilities. Thank you for your time and for investing in Nevada's children and families.
Thank you, Ms. Beck. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Carlton, and members of the Interim Finance Committee. My name is Brooke Page, Brooke, and I am the Director of Nevada for the Corporation for Supportive Housing, or CSH, as well as a member of the Advisory Committee on Housing, where I advocate for supportive housing for our state's community members who need services in order to access and stay stably housed. I'm calling in support of G118. Thank you to the Governor and Treasurer for a historic commitment to affordable housing. We support the first tranche of $250 million being transferred to the Homelessness Nevada Reserve. I would like to echo the comments that have been made from Sarah Adler and Christine Hess and Emily Paulson regarding the important need to prioritize investment for affordable housing for individuals and families who have extremely low incomes and who need these services in order to obtain and remain stably housed. Our state really needs to better understand the need for this population for each jurisdiction throughout the state and work across state agencies, local jurisdictions to leverage resources, coordinate, and maximize funding. We are here to support building the capacity of our state to ensure that these resources go to the people that need them. Thank you so much, and go Rebs.
Thank you, Ms. Page. I don't know if Mr. Flores is still here to see all of this, but next caller, please.
Thank you, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Carlton, and committee members. My name is Dorian Stonebarger, DorianStonebarger. I'm the Chief Policy Advisor to City of Las Vegas Councilman Brian Knudsen. Chair, I'm also a rebel. I am completing my doctorate in public policy at UNLV with a focus on affordable housing in Las Vegas, and the latter is the capacity I speak to you from today in support of item G118, and I'll be very brief. First, I want to thank all of you for responding to the needs of our development community and the rising demand on them to build, which we heard from today. Second, I want to also thank you for supporting students, teachers, firefighters, and other essential workers who struggle to afford a home or rent in Nevada. The number of the struggling is growing, and we also heard about that today. Providing affordable housing now not only prevents the gap from growing, it will also save the government from being relied upon to provide a host of additional wraparound services down the line, which Deacon Tom touched on. This is why housing is one of the key social determinants of health. Finally, which I don't think we've heard about yet, when tenants are spending no more than the recommended 30% of their income on housing, more of their annual income is available for other goods and services that benefit governments through sales tax. That and all the impactful reasons we heard about today
is why this important investment in affordable housing is ultimately a win-win, and that is why support of this item is critical. Thank you again for allowing me time to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Stoneberger. Next caller, please.
Caller with the last three digits, 117. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Once again, caller with the last three digits, 117. Please press *6 to unmute. And thank you. You may proceed.
Morning, Chairman Brooks and Interim Finance Committee. My name is Nat Hodgson, Hodgson, CEO of Southern Nevada Home Builders Association, for the record. I'd like to briefly express SNHBA's support for the transfer of the American Rescue Plan Act funds related to affordable housing in Agenda Item G, specifically G1, Item 18. Transfer of these once-in-a-lifetime funds is vital to ensuring there is a continued pipeline of affordable housing construction and maintenance. SNHBA has been a member of the Nevada Housing Coalition since its inception, and we would like to thank publicly and applaud the efforts of the Nevada Housing Coalition under Ms. Christine Hess's leadership and the recommendations they set forth to the governor's office. Affordable housing is a community-wide problem that should be addressed through community-wide revenue streams. Additional funding of the Housing Division's existing programs will ensure these dollars are used in a transparent, efficient, timely manner to continue to make housing attainable for working Nevadans. We look forward to continuing to support the efforts of the implementation process at the local government level, identifying affordable housing targets, setting up land trust, and through the Housing Division's application process so affordable housing projects can be processed as quickly as possible. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Hodgson. Next caller, please.
Caller with the last three digits, 905. You are unmuted and may proceed. Once again, caller with the last three digits, 905. You are unmuted and may proceed with your public comment.
Good morning. My name is Deshaun Jackson, DASHUNJACKSON. I serve as the Director of Children's Safety and Welfare Policy with the Children's Advocacy Alliance. As my two colleagues, Dr. Tiffany Tyler Garner and Annette Dawson Owens, stated, children's safety and welfare is important in the state of Nevada. And so we support item 43 and hope that you will definitely make the efforts and the moves to ensure that the funding goes towards the Aging and Disability Early Intervention Services. We believe that this is a vital service that is needed in the state of Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Hello?
We can
Hi.
hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Dee Dee Formaster. That's DEEFOREMASTER. I am the director of the Rural Center for Independent Living in Carson City, Nevada. I am asking the committee to please put this funding towards housing. The reason why we need this funding to go into housing is that I have worked in the last 25 years in the housing area for people with disabilities, the elderly, and people on the streets. Without stable housing, you cannot provide adequate services to people to be successful without it. Without adequate housing, people are forced to educate their children from a motel room where those kids are exposed to drugs and alcohol and domestic violence. Without proper housing, the elderly cannot get services for needed oxygen and also for people to come in and assist them. You can't provide those services while someone is on the streets. Without adequate housing, our jail and justice system will be overran by people who just cycle through the system constantly. Without stable housing, we cannot, as a state, survive. We need to think about things like our low-income workers who keep our casinos open, our low-income workers who provide culinary, our low-income workers who provide the assistance to help the economy of Nevada survive. Without low-income housing, Nevada cannot survive. So I am asking you to please put this money towards housing. Because after all, when I have been in the area of housing for the last 25 years to help the less fortunate, I have to tell you that I am now receiving phone calls from state employees who cannot find housing. This is no longer a housing crisis. It is an absolute necessity for the survival of this state. We can't find housing for our workers in the state of Nevada.
Ms. Formaster, we're at about 4 minutes right now, and we're trying to make sure we keep everyone's comments to 2 minutes to be fair to the other callers before you and after you. If you could please wrap up. Thank you for your comments. And next caller, please.
My comments say good morning. I know it's quickly approaching afternoon, so I will keep my comments brief. For the record, my name is Tess Opferman. That's OPFERMAN. And I'm here today to thank you for 2 financial allocations you have on your agenda for approval. On behalf of the Nevada Women's Lobby, I want to thank you for your understanding the direness of the housing crisis here in Nevada. Recent college grads are being forced to leave our state to live elsewhere affordable. Seniors on fixed incomes are forced to choose between groceries and rent. And even middle wage earners are struggling to pay rent, let alone buy property of their own. We are thankful to see the allocation of $250 million to the Home Means Nevada initiative, a critical program to help address the housing crisis currently facing our state. The second item I would like to address is on behalf of SEIU Local 1107. I want to thank you for the proposed allocation of nearly $1 million to the Desert Willow Springs Treatment Center. Funding Willow Springs directly helps our employees at Child Haven, as well as children in our state by ensuring there are beds and staff at appropriate treatment facilities. Thank you for your understanding of this situation, and we urge you to allocate these funds to help the situation. Thank you for your time today, and I look forward to hearing the conversation that ensues.
Thank you, Ms. Opperman. Next caller, please.
Thank you so much, Chair Brooks. The phone line is open and working. However, there are no more callers at this time.
Thank you, Broadcast Services, for doing a fine job as usual. And thank you for all the public here in Carson City, in the building and on the phone who commented. We appreciate it. And we can now move on to our next agenda item, which is agenda item C. And that is the approval of the minutes. And we'll take, if it's all right with the committee, we'll take C and D together. And that's the approval of the minutes of the June 22nd, 2021 meeting and the August 18th, 2021 meeting. And do any of the members have any comments or edits or clarifications for either one of those sets of minutes? All right, I see none. So I would take a motion to approve.
Move for approval.
I have a motion from Vice Chair Carlton, a second from Senator Dennis. Any discussion on that motion? I see no discussion on the motion. All in favor, aye. Aye. And for the record, Assemblyman Hafen has his hand up for aye. And thank you, Assemblyman. And any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And we can move on to our next agenda item, which is agenda item E. And that is the Statement of American Rescue Plan Act, Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund obligations and remaining reserve balances within the COVID-19 Relief Program's budget account. My new favorite agenda item. And so we have with us this morning, Mr. Leiser will walk the committee through the coronavirus, the statement. And we have on the...
Thank you, Chair Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Leiser. Go right ahead.
All right. Thank you, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Carlton, members of the Interim Finance Committee. For the record, Brody Leiser with the Fiscal Analysis Division of the Legislative Council Bureau. I am here today to present agenda item E. As the members may recall, this statement was first presented at the February 9th meeting. I am going to share my screen and bring up the statement. Hopefully you all can see that, although I understand the print is small, so you may not be able to read it. The statement can be found in volume 1 of the meeting packet. This begins on page 173. The statement begins with a one-page summary as displayed on the screen here. I will note 2 minor updates to the layout for the summary page from the previous version presented at the February meeting, which will also carry over to the detailed statement pages. First, there's been a new reserve column added to the right side of the statement to reflect the $500 million for the Home Means Nevada initiative for affordable housing, as discussed by the governor in his State of the State address on February 23rd. As well as being referred to this morning during public comment. For this program, funding for this program will be discussed when agenda item G118 is presented to the committee today, which recommends to allocate $250 million to the Housing Division and reserve $250 million for a future allocation request. The second update to the statement presentation is that we've moved the net total obligation for each section to be displayed within the gray boxes as displayed here on the summary page. So you can see these gray boxes, they'll show the total amounts obligated through actions of the 81st session, the total obligations authorized under the authority of NRS 353, and then the total of the amounts that are submitted for the committee's consideration at today's meeting. If all items submitted for presentation and consideration today, totaling $584,943,802, are approved by the committee, The remaining unobligated balance of coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds would be approximately $1.3 billion. You can see that at the bottom of the summary page here that I have up on the screen, as well as the amounts that would remain then in the 4 identified reserve buckets. I'm going to go on to the next page, which begins the detailed statement. As mentioned, the 2 formatting updates do carry over to the detailed statement, which can be viewed on pages 174 through 177 of the packet. Pages 174 and 175 detail obligations approved to date. And beginning on page 176 are the items that are submitted for presentation and or consideration by the committee today. I would note that there are 50 total items on the agenda relating to this particular funding, with 2 items, agenda items F1 and F2 having already been approved as 15-day expeditious action items pursuant to NRS 353.220. I would like to point out to the committee and members of the public, this statement was finalized before we finalized the order of the agenda. So at the top of page 176 here, it references agenda item E1 and E2. That should reflect items F1 and F2. Again, those will correspond to items F1 and F2, not E1 and E2. Each of the items that are submitted for today's meeting are presented under the lists for agenda items F and G1, and in total amount to approximately $585 million in funding. Finally, I would like to draw the committee's attention to pages 178 and 179, which provide a breakdown statement for select obligations of coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds. Understanding that there may be interest in where and when certain funding was obligated, and which was not clearly delineated on the detailed statement, this new section of the report will display how funding for the following obligations has been allocated. And so it'll break down the $54 million that was approved through Assembly Bill 484 for the Department of Employment Training and Rehabilitation's unemployment compensation system. It'll break down the $20.9 million that was approved within Senate Bill 461 for the public health emergency. And as you can see by this page on the statement, the entire $20.9 million has been allocated at this point. And the statement will also break down the allocations for the $7.6 million that was approved within Senate Bill 461 to address food insecurity. As the statement reflects, the entire $7.6 million would be allocated if agenda items G.131 and G.141 are approved by the committee today. And the fourth item that we've got on this section of the statement is an item that will be presented for consideration for the committee today, and that's the $100 million that's requested to be set aside for state agencies. I would note that there are 5 allocations requested from that set aside at today's meeting. And Mr. Chair, I do need to point out an error in the description of the final item under this section. So this is the final item on page 179 of the meeting packet. The dollar amount of $55,123 is correct. However, the agenda item reference and description are not correct. It should read agenda item G146, and that is a transfer of $55,123 to the Department of Agriculture Administration budget to implement a state meat inspection program. The description will be corrected following today's meeting, and if approved, will be reflected as such on the statement that's presented at the May meeting of the IFC. Chair Brooks, that concludes my remarks on this agenda item.
Thank you, Mr. Leiser. Do we have any questions on this agenda item from any of the members of the committee? All right, I do not see any. Again, I want to thank you for this agenda item, and thank you for the format and the evolving format of this report. It really makes it very easy to really clearly and concisely see where monies have been spent or allocated and kind of what's left. I know the public has a ton of questions on this issue, and this particular document, I think, is just a one-stop shop to be able to figure out what we've done and what we're doing. So thank you. So we don't, no action is required on this particular item, so we can move on to the next agenda item. And thank you again, Mr. Leiser. And that brings us up to agenda item F. And this is an informational item. They're on 3 15-day expeditious action work programs that have already been approved, as were discussed just a second ago and shown in the report that we just heard. And that is, if no one has any questions on those particular informational items on those particular 15 days, we can move on to the next agenda item. So does anyone have any questions on those 3 items that were 15-day expeditious? Vice Chair Carlton, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So on item number 1, the transfer of the over $8 million for the community-based testing and the call center, we have seen some of these things start to ramp down, so I would request in the future if we could have some follow-up to see where we actually stand on that, to provide that information to the committee in one of our future information items. We knew when we supported the funding for this that it was very important, but we weren't sure of the time frames, and now we're getting a little bit better, but we don't know if another surge is going to happen. So just to get an update on that would be very helpful.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Do we have any other questions or comments here from the committee? All right, we do not, and so we can move on to the no action is required on that, and so we can move on to the next agenda item, which is agenda item G. And so Mr. Thorley is going to go over all the work programs in G1 and G2, and the info items as well on agenda item O, list O. And on the ones that we have already identified internally that we wanted to pull for further conversation, discussion, and questions. And this is the time where, after Mr. Thorley goes through what we've identified, if there are other items that you want to have identified, this is when we'll request that. So, Mr. Thorley, if you want to go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will begin with list G1, and I will pause after going through list G1 and turn it back over to the chair so that he can ask the members if there's any other items, just to avoid confusion between G1 and G2, since the numbering system is similar. So on beginning on G1, number 2 will be pulled for additional discussion, and it will be heard with 19, 29, 41, 44, and 46. As Mr. Leiser mentioned previously, all of these requests relate to the $100 million requested set aside for agency requests. So all those items will be heard together, beginning with number 19. Moving on, 4 will be heard together with 39. 16 will be heard jointly with 36. 17 will be heard together with 24. And then number 18. And those are all the items in list G1, Mr. Chair, that have been identified to be pulled for additional discussion.
Do any of the members have any additional items under G1 that weren't listed that we just discussed that they want pulled for further discussion? All right, let's move on to G2, please.
On list G2, number 5 will be heard together with number 38. Then number 35 will be heard. Moving on to page 7 of list G2, 41, 42, 54, and 60 will all be heard together. Again, that's 41, 42, 54, and 60. Then beginning on page 8, number 45 all the way through 53 will be heard all together. Also 55 through 59, and then 61 through 66 will all be heard together. So that's 45 through 53, 55 through 59, and 61 through 66. On page 15 of list G2, number 82 has been withdrawn. The withdrawal request was received on April 5th, which was after the agenda had already been posted, so that's not reflected in your list, but number 82 has been withdrawn. Next to be pulled for discussion is 84, also on page 15. Then on page 20 of list G2, number 114. On page 21, number 119 has been withdrawn. Again, the withdrawal request was received after the agenda had been posted, so that is not reflected on the list that you all have. But number 119, Division of Parole and Probation, has been withdrawn. And Mr. Chair, that is it for list G2.
Thank you, Mr. Thorley. Do we have any additions to list G2? I do not see any members with any additional, but I want to, go ahead, Assemblywoman Miller. Oh, okay. We are still reviewing them, but I want to add G2, item 1, and I'd like that to be heard with G1, item 24, I believe. They're both OSIT around the broadband plan, and so they're related, so OSIT can kind of address both of those at the same time. I have a few questions. And so we'll just kind of pause just for a minute here while some of the members are digesting some of the list and see if there's anything that needs to be pulled. So now that we kind of have seen what public comment looked like and what the pace of our meeting is going to be, and our stomachs are growling, I think that it makes the most sense to me to get through items, the first batch of G1, which would be 2, 19, 29, 41, 44, and 46. And then the second, and then G18, which is what a lot of folks have a lot of interest in here today. And then I think that would be a good breaking point to take lunch. And so, again, that's the G1, 2, G1, items 2, 19, 29, 41, 44, and 46, which are, well, not being heard together from an agency standpoint, are being heard because it's from the same move of money. And then G18, which is the Home Means Nevada, and then we'll break for lunch. And so if you're here for something after that, depending on what the committee says about additional items possibly, just wanted to give you a heads up. So, committee, do we have any additional items? Excuse me?
Thank you, Chair. G16? Oh, in G2.
G2, item 16?
Yes. Just for a brief question, that's all.
So I think we can hear that in chronological order right before 18, right? Oh, no, because that's G1, excuse me. After lunch. Any others on G2? All right. Mr. Thorley, do we have any other items? I guess it would be item, this the appropriate time to pull informational items.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On list O, which is the informational item list, there are 3 items that have been identified to be have a discussion on. Number 6, Department of Tourism and Cultural Affairs. Number 8, Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation. Number 8 will be heard with agenda item I1, which is a contingency account request from Dieter. And then lastly, on list O, item 10B, which will be heard jointly with agenda item G.2.114. And that's it for list O.
All right, oh, sure. Could you, Mr. Thorley, could you repeat the informational item list?
Yes, certainly, Mr. Chair. 06, 08, which will be heard with agenda item I1. And finally, O10B, which will be heard with agenda item G.2.114.
Thank you, Mr. Thorley. These agendas are getting kind of thick and confusing and complicated. Yeah, and so do we have any other informational items from any other members of the committee that, Assemblywoman Titus?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would request that we go back up to L, and I'd like to hear L1.
Oh, so all the L's will be heard on the agenda.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, any other items? So, without hearing any, everybody out there in the virtual world and sitting in the audience, you now know what the lay of the land is going to be for the rest of the day. And so this is when I usually see the mass exodus, but a lot of folks are here for 18. So So I need, now that we have all our list set, I need a motion to approve the items in G1 that aren't being pulled. And G2, we can take them together.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move for all items that have not been pulled on G1 and G2 to be processed.
Second.
I have a motion from Vice Chair Carlton and a second from Senator Dennis. Any discussion on that motion? All right, I do not see any discussion on that motion. All in favor, aye. Aye. Assemblyman Hafen is an aye as well. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously, and thank you. And we can now jump into our items G1.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's my item, or the item that I'm speaking on, but I want to make sure that I start when you're ready.
Chief of Staff Kinsella, I did not see you up there until just now, so thank you. That is your item, and you can kind of start with G2 and spell out what all of these mean, and before we go into the individual work programs. And if I just confuse the issue, I apologize. Go right ahead.
I also see Director Ott. So I thought you said G2, but if you said G1, and it's actually Director Ott who's up.
It's G1 item 19. And I'm going to do this 15 more times through the course of the day.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so like 19 is kind of the umbrella that all of them fit under, and then I think you were going to do G1 item 2 under the umbrella of G1 item 19.
Correct. So I am not doing the umbrella item.
Yes.
I am doing G1.
You go ahead and do whatever you want,
19,
and we're going to listen.
I'm going to stand down and we'll be ready when my agenda item is called. I apologize for the confusion and really appreciate the grace. We'll see you all in a minute.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Tiffany Greenemeyer, Deputy Director for the Governor's Finance Office. And thank you for letting me speak here. Item number 19 is a transfer of $100 million from the lost revenue reserves to the American Rescue Plan Act state agency allocation category to set aside funding for state agencies' ARPA programs, this request is to earmark funding for agencies and to reduce the amount of companion work programs that are required to each of the agency's ARPA programs, projects or programs. The agency ARPA requests will still come before the IFC committee for approval based on statutory provisions. So with that, I can take any questions.
Senator Dondero Loop, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was wondering if you could give us a little more information on the recommendations for allocations from the $100 million in the authority that's requested to support those state agencies being prioritized. Is that clear?
Yes, I can call up Bailey Bortella to come up to clarify she's been reviewing all the state agencies' allocations.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning or good afternoon. Bailey Bordelin, Deputy Chief of Staff to Governor Sisolak. So what we are doing here is moving from the Governor's Finance Office. We're earmarking $100 million so that there is one work program from the GFO. As companion items, as you'll see, many of these ARP programs, they're companion items where we've sent forward 2 work programs for every one item. This will allow that money to be earmarked by the Governor's Finance Office, and then each companion work program will come forward either today or at a later IFC meeting. So the ones that we are about to go through that will go back to Chief of Staff Kinsella on number 2, those will all come out of that $100 million. So it's an earmark for state government. I think agencies is a little too narrow of a word. We do anticipate LCB items, Attorney General's office items, Nevada Supreme Court items to also come from that dollar amount. And so we have been working diligently through all of the needs and requests of those agencies and believe that we are in that ballpark and that we can start making those allocations of needs from ARP dollars, but nothing will be allocated without the specific items coming before you with an explanation.
Thank you.
Any other questions on this particular kind of process from the members of the committee? Senator Harris, did you have a question on this or on one of the individual work programs?
I believe it's general.
Oh, okay, yeah, go right ahead.
Mike, not speak. Okay. So can you tell me a little bit about how the recommendations for the allocation of $100 million is going to support programs in the short term? So we know consultants' work isn't due to be done until about January of 2024. What is the state doing in the meantime?
Bailey Bordelin, for the record. I'm not sure I understand the question, but
I think that's specific to the work program, one of the 5 work programs that were underneath it, and we can probably just hold that until that work program is discussed or gone through.
My apologies.
No problem. This is a very complicated agenda today, and so I think that's going to happen several times through the course of the day. At least I'm going to do it. We have Senator Gokachia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess my question is, why are we earmarking the $100 million when it's still coming to IFC?
Bailey Bordelin, for the record. Tiffany can speak to that as well. I would note that Director Susan Brown of the GFO is out today because her son is getting married. So we are happy that she is not with us, but she is also very crucial in this process that we have gone through. It is around the number that we believe we will be bringing forward for state government agencies. I think in all candor, it's an incredible amount of work to move these dollars and to do the work of the American Rescue Plan dollars on top of the COVID dollars and on top of the infrastructure work that you'll hear more about with the state resources and state employees that we have that were allocated to administer a normal budget. So it simply allows the Governor's Finance Office to say, we're doing the work, we're undertaking the analysis of all of these programs. It's a lot of looking at what each agency put forward and saying, is that more appropriate as a GovRec budget request, or is that a short-term American Rescue Plan request? Does it fit under the rules? Is it sustainable? We are doing that on each and every item that we are bringing you, but this allows the Governor's Finance Office to submit one work program from their end so that they don't have to undertake the work of submitting the hundreds of work programs that will come before you simply as a resource issue, not that they are not looking at it and working with the agencies, and they will have eyes on it before the agency work program is also agendized for you.
I think I understand, but again, I'm still not real clear. Okay, we know, yeah, that's fine. We're going to set aside this pot of $100 million to backfill these agencies to do the work that clearly is going to be required. We understand that. I guess, just moving forward, you're going to bring it to IFC and, okay, you're going to come here, you're going to ask for, well, we need this many positions, this much money to cover it. Okay, that's a given. We approve it. Just very similar to what we're going to do on 18. And And yet we're coming right back here and asking for approval, which I think is the way it should be. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can go there, as long as I think it's our duty in this body in IFC to approve these expenditures. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gocochea. And I have a question or comment from Vice Chair Carlton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I have to tell you, I really like the way this one is laid out. I mean, extraordinary times mean we need to do some extraordinary things. I mean, if this had been a regular interim, I would probably not be very comfortable with this. But knowing what our staff has to go through every time we try to match all of these up and what the governor's staff is trying to go to, basically we're allowing one pitcher of $100 million, and we're going to have multiple catchers of all those dollars. Those work programs, all those catchers, will be coming to IFC. So we will be able to review them and hold them accountable. So I appreciate what they're doing. I hope we're only going to do this once in history. I hope we don't make this a regular instance, but knowing all the lost revenue from all the different agencies and all the work, and you have to remember that we're in budget building time also. So it's not just the lost revenue side, it's being able to build the budgets in the future and being able to sift through all these programs so that we know what needs to be funded now and what belongs in the next budget, which I wish you all well on when you get to it. So I want to congratulate Ms. Brown and whoever thought of this one. It is a unique time in our state to be able to try to address all the needs that are in our state at the appropriate time frame. So thank you, Ms. Brown and Ms. Greenmeyer and Ms. Bordelin for trying to figure out a way for our staff to be able to sift through all this also. Thank you.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Thank you so much. I was just going to say, from the citizen legislature purview for this item, like Chair Carlton was saying, that makes a lot of sense. But as a legislator, you get the blue books out a few days ahead of time, and then you're quickly trying to make sense of, okay, what are the items? And then we get the backup and the work programs. We don't always get a lot of time to look at them. So even this morning, we're going, okay, all right, this is the authorization, and then that's the money, and then that's, you're kind of matching them up. So just as we look at them, I think it'll help be cleaner for our process when we look and we go, okay, we're just seeing one amount, and we're not going, well, why are there two exact same things? And then you've got to dig in there to be like, okay, this is the authorization piece, and then this is the money actually going in piece. So it does seem a lot more elegant that way, which I'll appreciate.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. Do we have any other questions from the committee on just the kind of the process of this move of money and the pitcher? Do we have any more questions on the pitcher before we get to the catchers? It's opening day in baseball. All right, great. So appreciate that, and it is. I'll echo what Vice Chair Carlton said. This is a elegant way to reduce administrative work in the Office of Finance, but retaining all of the legislature's roles and responsibilities for looking at the individual work programs and approving them or not. And so I think that I think this is great, and I think it could be replicated maybe even later today. So I would like to move on then. Do we have to take action on work program 2 before we go on, or can we take them all together? I'm going to take them all together because, I might regret that decision, but if there's any issues with one of them, we can pull it out and do a separate vote. But I'm going to take them all together, so we can move on then to what would be, I guess, I think we're going to start with 29, right? Oh no, excuse me. Yeah.
So we didn't have any concerns. 2 or 44 are in the highlight. We didn't have any concerns with them. So if you want to skip those, they'll have to be voted on.
Yeah.
But you don't have to have a discussion on it.
So what I think I'll do is we had, as part of this, we had a work program from the Office of the Governor, Work Program 22 FRF 10003, that we didn't pull, but will be taken together with, or we didn't have any discussion, but will be taken together with this. So if anyone has anything on that work program that they would like to hear from the Office of the Governor, now would be the time to speak up. Otherwise, I'll move on to the next work program. Go ahead, Assemblywoman Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarification, so I know there was already a question asked by Senator Harris regarding G1.29. Her question was about the how are they going to, the timeline and the consultants. I think that's something that she asked, and I'm not sure we had an answer to that, because I have some concerns about G1.29 and this whole program, this particular program, which is next in line, I think that you pulled together with 2, and I don't know if we're going to go to 19. I just want to make sure we don't miss concerns about G1.29.
We will definitely get there.
Okay,
Yep, I'm
thank
trying to maintain some sort of numeric order. I don't know if it's going to happen, but
Yeah, and unfortunately, our notes, sir, are just not in a certain order that it's
and there's
tough.
some overlap and some grouping together and stuff. So, but yeah, we will definitely get there. So, and so we had from the Office of the Governor the first work program 22FR F1003, and then from the office, and that's item 2, and then item 19 from the Office of the Governor is work program 22FR 132733, which needs to be taken together with all of these, but didn't have any questions or comments on that. So really, it does roll into item G1, item 29. And that is the Department of Administration, and that is regarding the Division of Human Resource Management's request. And so I think that we'd like to maybe hear somebody present what that work program is. That make sense? All right, cool. So yeah, Director Freed, I don't see Director Freed in the room. Oh, there we go. Good afternoon.
Sure, I am here on, hi, good afternoon. I am here on the Zoom, not in the room. And I'm probably going to hand this off to...
Director Freed, could you speak up a little bit? I'm sorry, we can't really hear you.
Okay, all right, hold on, let me see what I can do. Is that better?
It's kind of feedback now, so. Were you going to hand this off anyway?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I was.
All right, we can go to whoever the lucky recipient of that handoff is.
The lucky recipient of my handoff is going to be either Administrator Frank Richardson, and I don't know if he is in the room or if he is on Zoom, as well as Daniel Marlowe, the administrator of the Administrative Services Division, who will tell you a little bit about what this work program is designed to do to improve our staffing situation, which, as you all know, is fairly dire. So with that, I will hand it off to somebody who can probably hear you. You'll probably be able to hear better.
Thank you. So hopefully they're in the internet because they're not in the room.
Good morning, Chair Brooks and Vice Chair Carlton, members of the committee. I think I'll start. By the way, for the record, my name is Frank Richardson. I'm the administrator of the Division of Human Resource Management. I'd like to start by handing it off to Daniel Marlowe first, the administrator of ASD, to give you that overview. And then I will be available for questions and can provide further information.
Great. I think this might be.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Daniel Marlowe, Administrator for Admin Services Division, Department of Administration. This work program is a request for ARPA funding to provide a study for comp and classification for $320,000 over the course of the next year to better analyze our recruitment and classification issues within the state.
Thank you, Mr. Marlowe. Now I think we have a few questions from the members on that particular work program, and And Senator Harris, I think this is what you were getting at, and then Assemblywoman Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In short, I was just wondering if you could tell us a little bit about what the state's plan is to work on training and retention. In the meantime, between time, the consultant's work being completed in January 2024.
Okay, thank you for the question. For the record, Frank Richardson. The state, or I should say the Division of Human Resource Management, has engaged in many programs to work on retention, succession planning, and recruitment over the past 9 months. Some of the things that we're rolling out that you may have seen recently include succession planning, emergency regulations. We're working on an apprenticeship program that we expect to roll out very soon, which will include most of the colleges in the state of Nevada to develop a career pipeline into the state. We've also started to look at some of the other options that may draw more candidates to the state, including provide retention assistance. That's the remote work program. We've recently instituted an improvement team, which is starting to work on a lot of these projects. They've done extensive research in remote work programs. And so we have a lot of different things going on, but we also don't have the bandwidth to really reach out and dig deep into some of the career pathways. We wanted to work on the team concepting, onboarding programs, and the clear lines to succession that we'd like to build across the state.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a quick comment, if I may. This isn't part of the item, but I think it's very important. Given that UNLV is one of the most diverse universities in the country, our state employment pool is not quite as diverse. And so I would encourage you all, as we're looking at retention and recruitment, to try your best to build in a intentional effort to make sure our state employee force reflects the diversity of the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And Assemblywoman Titus?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to ask a question. So thank you for presenting today and recognizing the significant dearth of state employees that we have. In the statement that was submitted with this, it's to address challenges in recruiting and retaining state employees in Nevada resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic. Prior to the pandemic, we had an issue retaining state employees. And I'm frustrated by this program allocating $320,000 to study, again, why we don't have enough state employees. At $100 an hour that we're paying the consultant to do yet another study, when you just spoke and said that you've done studies for our state employees and some of the issues there. And I worry, and I want to know from you how many, we have already heard we can't pay enough to our state police officers because we're not paying them enough. We know the issues, and then having another study when we're not solving issues is frustrating. And finally, a question. I want to know how many employees left the state of Nevada, as you said, during the pandemic. How many state employees did we lose, and whether they left because they didn't want to get the vaccine, whether they left because of the extra cost to their health insurance, or whether they felt that they didn't want to follow some of the mandates that happened. How many did we lose during that time?
Okay, thank you for the question. Frank Richardson for the record. I will do my best to answer that. Yes, as we have done some studies across the state, we understand that there is a challenge with wages and benefits. That is the leading factor that affects most employees leaving to go to another job somewhere. So we recognize that, but at the Division of Human Resource Management, we don't have a lot of control over wages and benefits. What we can control is what we work on here within the state when we're developing a stay culture. We're finding career pathways. We want to make sure that the new work demographic that we have been looking at is engaged and highly engaged, and they appreciate team projects. They appreciate more involvement, more opportunity. So we've been looking at programs like that. Our challenge is we have a limited staff. We're implementing collective bargaining again for the second year, And we're also working on success factors, which has created more work for staff. The staff members who are working on these projects volunteer 2 hours every 2 weeks to put together these studies, and they aren't making a lot of headway because we don't have a lot of time. So what we'd really like to look at are the things that we can change, which is our culture. Are we meeting with our staff? Are we talking about staying? Are we designing a career plan for them to move up so that they know where they're going? And highly engaging them. I know that we can do that, but we need some help because we do have some roadblocks, and those are the NRSs and the NACs that we often find challenging when we're trying to make change. So we'd like to look at all of this holistically to address it. Back in 1992 and 1993, there was a very small study done by an outside consultant to look at just 2 class series. And we think we need to look at them all in one piece to develop these career progression plans so that we have a stay culture and we're actually moving people up and developing succession plan. What we've seen, and you mentioned this, and this is a good question, over the last year, we've seen about twice as many people leave as is typical in a normal year. We don't know why they're leaving unless they self-report. So if they're self-reporting, and some of them have, it's because of the COVID policy or because they don't want to test or whatever it is. But the vast majority of them do not report why they're leaving, so we don't know. But if you take a look at the state right now, as compared to back in 2015, we have a 24% vacancy rate across the state. That's significant. Back in 2015, we had a 7 to 9% vacancy rate. In the next 4 years, we'll have 22% of our staff eligible for retirement, and in less than 9 years, that goes up to 40%. So what we're losing is institutional knowledge across the state, the ability to train for these high-level jobs, to recruit and build pathways so that when we have somebody come in from the very beginning, when we onboard them, they move through this process and become successful and take those higher-level jobs. Without that, we're going to struggle with continuous operations. We're going to lose valuable knowledge and the inability to retain staff. So that's why we're looking at this holistically, and we'd like to take this approach.
Mr. Chair? So thank you for that. So what I heard you say was that the average state turnover, you said, I think 7.9% prior to the pandemic we would lose, or we had vacancy, 7.9% vacancy, I think that's what you said? And now during the pandemic, we now have, or since the pandemic, we now have a 24% vacancy across the state?
This is Laura Freed for the record. In general terms, I mean, it varies by class code. Obviously, you have higher vacancy rates in law enforcement class codes, some healthcare class codes, but in general terms, the graying of the workforce was a problem before the pandemic. That's gotten worse because people are choosing to retire, and yet we're running generally at about a 20% overall vacancy rate. So what that means is, in 20% of the state's business just isn't getting done because we cannot recruit people at the prices we can pay, and particularly compared to our local peers. So, I just want to underline what Frank had said about, digging into how we should order the classified pay structure and how we should organize our class codes is a huge project that we don't have the staff and the time to handle. And that's why we wanted to use the ARP funds for this consultant to do the work that we just don't have time and bandwidth for. Because like every other department, we also have a significant vacancy.
Right. So not to belabor this point, because it's already been a long morning and now in the afternoon. But again, I've been sitting in this committee for four terms now. We've always had a staff shortage. We've done studies to improve staff shortage. We have almost 100% increase in our staff shortage from where we started when I first started in the session in 2015, and then on that interim. And I'm just concerned that it's truly the wrong direction we're going and that we're putting money into this. Again, yet another study. I have huge concerns about doing yet another study when both of you have made comments about why this is. And so I'm concerned that we're paying $100 an hour to do yet another study to already tell us what we already know. So I have concerns about this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I have a question from Assemblywoman Tolles, and then I think, who's next? Oh, Mr. Levitt.
Thank you. And I wasn't going to ask this question, but just as a follow-up to clarify, if I may, on that last questions that were asked, did I understand you correctly that part of the reason for this request is because your own staff has vacancies and it's helping to collect the data that you need in order to manage that, the human resources side of our state employees?
I'll let, this is Lori, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll let Frank follow up. But yes, that is part of the reason, because as Frank mentioned, we've been spending our time, I mean, we have the normal things that DHRM does from day to day, and then we have been spending time on the Smart 21 ERP transition, which has taken up a whole lot of staff time. So yes, that is part of it. And we also, just like everyone else, have trouble recruiting folks at the classified pay scale.
Okay, thank you. And I know we've had discussions in the private sector over the Great Resignation. This is not just for public sector, but I was just curious, with the focus group meetings that you had, have you posted the results of those anywhere where we could take a look at? I saw identified, and certainly Director Richardson, you pointed out that the wages and benefits is number one, but additionally other out-of-date regulations, barriers to entry into the workforce. I guess I would be curious to see what those results are, if those are posted at all, for two reasons. One, I'd be interested to know what impact occupational licensing barriers have had on certain professions that we're trying to fill, because that's been a discussion topic in this building for quite some time. And then two, because it's relevant to other items that we'll be discussing, we heard testimony about workforce housing, and I'd like to know if that was mentioned or if that would just fall under wages and benefits. Thanks.
Thank you for the question. Frank Richardson for the record. I can shed a little light on that. I have been talking to some of the directors, and we're working with the shortage of DPS staff members. And as we look at recruitments, and we're reaching out to the Department of Defense to work on the Skills Bridge program, which will provide a pathway from military service to DPS service. Once that's up and running, we realized that housing is a real challenge. And we discussed how are we going to address housing with our wages, because most of the officers who come to work at the state of Nevada, particularly in northern Nevada, won't be able to afford to rent a house. And so we thought, well, maybe we should reach out and see if we can't find a way to support this through the housing authority or to come up with some rental options. But there are a lot of challenges to recruitment, and housing and inflation is certainly one of them. So we are struggling there. And did I answer your other question too? Oh, I apologize. Let me keep going. I recall what it was. We do have some surveys that I can share with the committee. We have some notes that we took during one of the meetings, and I think a lot of the outreach was recorded, but I will have to double check to make sure. And I'm happy to share all of that information with the committee.
Thank you. And Chair, just a quick follow-up.
Sure. We still have Home Means Nevada to get to.
No, that was just the occupational licensing was the last piece that he didn't respond to.
Okay, and I apologize, Frank Richardson, for the record. Could you repeat that question for me?
That was just that as you're looking at the barriers to entry for the workforce, will you also be looking at any occupational licensing barriers?
Thank you for that question. Frank Richardson for the record. Yes, we are looking at that. We have been working with DHHS with some of their occupational licenses positions that they're struggling to fill. We understand that, that has become a real problem for them, a nearing crisis, because they're not able to offer services to everyone who needs them because we don't have enough staff to meet those needs. So we are working diligently on that too.
Thank you. We have Assemblyman Levitt.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. Knowing that, improving recruitment and retention is a difficult thing, and having worked in that sector for a little while, and in an effort to do a study, I mean, do you have the data to even improve upon it? I mean, you said that, does it even exist? When we're doing onboarding and exit interviews, more often than not, people are not forthcoming with information. And that's the data that you need. And that's the only way that you can successfully do a study, if you have the data that you can build upon to improve those things. And it doesn't seem like you're getting the data anyway. So spending time to do a study on saying, well, we're not getting the information, it's not being forthcoming, and so we don't really know why they're leaving, or why we're having so much difficulty hiring or retaining employees, because they're not being forthcoming with the information. And so how is the study even going to be effective? It seems like you have a lot of data already, you have a lot of answers already, and you have found it difficulty improving upon the information that you have. And so I just, how do you see the study as a success? Because it is a great deal of money. I mean, to me, it's a great deal of money. And so what's the end game here when we've done studies? And I'm kind of beating this to death, but I just feel like it's, without the data, a study is useless. And without implementation of previous studies and effective implementation of previous studies and data that you've accrued, and in allocating that, if you don't have the resources to do it as far as staff goes, that's one thing. But doing another study to try and build upon previous studies just seems like it's too cyclical.
Right, and I appreciate that question, and thank you. I would like to answer that. We are really eager to look at the NACs and NRSs that are impacting our ability to move on some of this stuff and to be agile when we're trying to recruit. Some of them really slow us down. We want to make sure that they align with whatever the best practice is. As some of you may have heard, even success factors bumps up against a lot of our Nevada revised statutes and Nevada administrative code. So it's not possible to implement some of the programs there without changing those regulations and possibly the NRS. So we want to look at that. There are also class specs that have not been reviewed for over 4 decades. And those have to be reviewed too. And we do not have the bandwidth to go through and modernize every one of those 1,170 classes. We need help. So it's not just about the information that we have when people are leaving, or why they're leaving, or what's causing the great resignation. We need to be more agile and improve our regulations and how we address the class specs going forward.
So what I'm hearing is that's information you already have, and you need to implement it rather than study more. Is that what I'm hearing?
Thank you for the question. We do have information on the class specs. We haven't been able to get to many of them due to the bandwidth of DHRM. It's not a large division, and we certainly have our challenges going forward with recruitment, with success factors, as I mentioned, and with collective bargaining. So while some of that information is out there, we need to have fresh eyes on it. But more importantly, we want it to align with this overall holistic approach to career pathways and to building succession plans and finding ways to develop feeder resources from the college into the state. For example, apprenticeship programs or underfills. How are we going to combine all of this stuff and put it together? So that's the data that we do have, and we need help fixing. With regards to the NRSs and the NACs, the regulations, many of those certainly could be considered complex to the average person reading them. And so even in our state, sometimes we have trouble deciding how we're going to apply those to, what is facing us today as we try to recruit and bring people into the system. And we think some of them are challenging, but we need help. And that's what this study is for.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. And do you have a question? Right on. This conversation is costing more than the work program.
Thank you, Chair. I just kind of want to plug the SB 209, I believe it is, COVID-19 response study and some of the work that's going on there regarding impacts to workforces across the state, including state employees. So I hope and I believe you guys have been in touch with the folks doing that, and we're working together on those. So just to clarify, phase one is reviewing the NRS so that you can propose bills that will fix the things that you need to fix before the next legislative session. Correct?
Correct.
Okay.
For the record, Frank Richardson, that's our intent.
Okay, and then phase two is to develop a plan for recruitment and outreach. So using all the data that we have, you would build this plan, and then it would be implementable at phase two.
Yes, Frank Richardson, for the record, that's correct.
Okay, and then phase three is pulling together all of the changes we've done to the NRS, the NAC codes that would then be updated per those NRS revisions, and other areas that you've identified. We'd have that plan for recruitment and retention, and then we would be looking at kind of a wage study and implementing a new wage classification system to ensure that what we have previously committed to is implemented in phase three. Okay, so this is an implementation program that you're proposing, not really a new study. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you for that. Frank Richardson, for the record. I appreciate that comment.
Thank you. That was helpful. Thank you. That was helpful for me anyway. Any other questions, comments on this particular work program? All right, cool. On to the next one. Thank you. I appreciate it, Mr. Marlowe, Mr. Richardson, and Director Freed. And so up next, we've pulled under that umbrella a work program and it's going to be item 41, G1 41, from the Department of Agriculture Commodity Foods Distribution Program. And we have Director Ott with us this morning or afternoon to talk to us about that. And so if you just briefly walk through what that work program is, and then I think that we have a question.
Happy to. Thank you, Chairman Brooks, members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Ott. I'm the director for the Department of Agriculture. I am the capture today for items 41, 44, and 46. So I'll be with you if there's other further questions. Item number 41 is bringing in funding to the Department of Agriculture. Address a lot of the feedback that we've received from our food bank, food pantry partners who have really communicated the needs of needing help with infrastructure, needing help with transportation, needing help expanding their services. And so this is our efforts here to really set the stage and build a great base to build on so that in future years we're able to better utilize federal funds and really set us up for some good work in food security.
All right, thank you. So do we have any questions on item 41, 44, and 46? And Vice Chair Carlton, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Director Ott, and thank you for taking the time for the phone conversations that we've had. And in the interest of full disclosure, I think everybody knows that the thing I wasn't planning on doing as I started to look towards retirement was run a food pantry. So I've learned a lot in the last couple of years, especially what's going on. So So I'm really curious, and in our last conversation, this hadn't been totally hashed out yet, but what are some of the criteria going to be as far as how some of these sub-grants are going to be given out? I'm hoping it's on a disbursement basis, not a reimbursement, because it's very tough for smaller entities that run food pantries to spend the money and then have to wait to be reimbursed. So I'm just putting a plug in for that. And I want to thank you for adding in all the other things that go along with it. It's great to be able to give out food, but if I don't have a truck driver to get it to the pantry or refrigeration to be able to keep it fresh, it makes it an even more difficult job. So if you could kind of go through some of the criteria on how these are going to be sub-granted out, that would be very helpful.
Thank you so much, Jennifer Ott, for the record. I appreciate your comments, Chairwoman. Thank you so much. The criteria, frankly, is going to be based on Treasury guidance. View much from that. There is some very clear Treasury guidance regarding food distribution there. We're looking at organizations that have been on operation for 2 years and more. We're not putting a lot of bumpers on the infrastructure. Like I had said, we want to hear the ideas. We really want to create a good food system moving forward so that we can utilize further funding. So the transportation portion that you're looking at can be addressed. Certainly some of the criteria is that we have to ensure that there's a self-certification on using other ARPA funds from other entities so that we can ensure and make sure that we're answering to our auditors that we're not duplicating efforts. And I don't know if that specifically answered your question or your concerns. I'm happy to.
The only thing I would ask you to, and I believe, oh, you're not frozen. Good. You froze for a second there. The only thing I'd ask you to expand on is how many entities do you think you'll be working with in the future? Do you have a ballpark of how many folks you think might be applying for this?
Jennifer, we don't, because we don't yet know what the dollar amounts of the proposals will be. And so we're looking, it could be a large volume of entities, it could be a smaller volume of entities, depending on the need and the amounts that are requested.
And thank you. And if you would just please consider that disbursement, because a lot of folks don't have the reserves, especially after these long 2 years of being able to help folks. You would usually pull down your reserves, you would spend it, then get reimbursed by the state. A lot of folks don't have those reserves any longer. So for smaller entities, I'd hope you would consider that to make sure that they can keep serving their population. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Carlton. Any other questions on G141? All right, while we have you, Director Ott, let's talk about G146, the new state meat inspection program. Could you just kind of briefly tell us what that program is about? And I think we have some questions. Oh, and we've been joined by Mr. Ferris. And we might have lost Director Ott, but maybe you can help us out, Mr. Ferris. So we definitely lost Director Ott. Mr. Ferris, can you hear us?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Doug Ferris. I can try to assist while Director Ott is logging back in if I can.
If you feel comfortable doing that, that'd be great, so we can kind of move along. Otherwise, you're going to have to wait with us for quite some time.
I see the director's back now, so.
I apologize, Chairman. I think that my internet has decided to rebel against the meeting. I apologize.
It sounds like you were underserved by broadband. So if you could talk about item 46 and the meat inspection program.
Of course. Again, apologies, Jennifer Ott, for the record. The work program here in front of you for item 46 is to help the department establish our meat inspection program and also support to the industry to improve the supply chain in Nevada. As you're all aware and have heard on the news, I'm sure that the supply chain, especially for proteins like beef and chicken, have been very hard to come by, and it was only made worse by the pandemic. This is the department's effort to not only support those industries, but offer an inspection program within the state of Nevada in order to offer state inspected meat and to be sold within the state of Nevada to really set us up again. All of our work programs are to really set us up for the future and to build a stronger food system and address some of those supply chain problems.
Thank you, Director. And Senator Gocochea, do you have a question?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Ott. 55,000, we're talking a part-time employee. I assume they're just going to try to coordinate, and you're not even going to hire a half-time inspector for that, or a quarter-time maybe. So is this person just going to be part-time? What are they going to be doing the rest of the time? And again, this part-time, they're just going to be trying to coordinate and put it together and see what the requirements or what we come up with. I mean, you're not going to build a program for 55,000 or even get an inspector.
Jennifer Ott, for the record, I couldn't agree more with you, Senator. This is our fiscal 22 request. So this is just for the hiring of a project manager to begin that program. And so we'll have in a future IFC a fiscal 23 request that will round out the program. So you'll see more of that there.
Okay, you did kind of break there a little, Ms. Ott, but I think this is just your first request, I think I heard you say, and then you're going to follow up and try and bring a program. Is that what you said?
Yes, I apologize, Jennifer Ott, for the record. I turned off my camera, and hopefully that will help a bit. But yes, we're coming with a fiscal 23 request to round out the program.
Okay, that's very good. And the only thing I have on that, again, is we're looking at it. Let's make sure we don't just get focused at interstate where we can only ship in-state. We need federal inspectors. That market goes well beyond the state of Nevada. So we'll be working with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gocochea. And just to clarify, so we're just talking about a couple of the remainder of this fiscal year, so less than 6 months.
Jennifer, correct.
Okay, thank you. And Assemblywoman Titus?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, and thank you, Director Ott. I, for one, who've had trouble trying to find a place to send some of my animals to slaughter, that I won't go into other details of how we finally got it done. But here's what my concern is. Have you reached out to the processing facilities, and are they agreed? Because this is going to, in order for this to be sustainable and not require general fund at the end of the day, you're going to ask them to pay for it. So it's going to be something that's self-funded. And so have other processing facilities agreed to this? Because what I understand, there's like 35 processing facilities, but only 2 actual harvest facilities. So can you explain what the communication was there?
Of course, for the record, Jennifer Ott. And again, I apologize for turning off my camera, but I want you to be able to hear me. Yes, we've had conversations with the industry. We had a meeting in December to gather ideas. This idea has certainly been very well received. We have not received frankly, hardly any, and I can't think of any, although I'm sure there's somebody out there that have not heard any resistance to this path forward and this opportunity. The funding for this, again, this is sort of startup funds to get this going to address the supply chain, but we intend this to be a long-term program, again, building on the future. USDA for state inspection programs covers 50% of the cost for state inspection programs. And so once we can assist the industry work with processors, and get some of those businesses off the ground. At that point, when we are looking at regulation for a long-term program, we can look at the costs and make sure that we are, doing this in the right way, basically.
A follow-up, Mr. Chair? So if we do this and move this forward, has there been any interest for other facilities to be a harvest facility? Are we going to expand the number of facilities that we have?
Absolutely, and that is a goal as part of this as well, is that, and I apologize, Jennifer Ott, for the record, this is a goal for that as well, is to not only to provide opportunities for existing facilities to expand, but also to assist new entities that want to open up and develop, especially in our rural areas where production is closer, and those trucking miles will not cause producers as much money to truck out of state like we do now.
Right, I agree. Just the shipping costs alone, the loss of weight of the animal itself before it's slaughtered, then back to the state for processing, and the fuel, all of that, it makes sense. I'm just concerned that we have that process that we truly, when we do this, will expand the number. And so that's a good thing. My final question is, so we can use, everybody goes to whatever the grocery store is, whether it's Costco or a local store, and you get that USDA choice inspected beef or whatever that animal product that you get. So what I understand, this is just going to be, if it's state inspected, they can only be sold in the state. We'll still be able to have these bigger chains purchase these products. I'm a little concerned about that.
Yes, Jennifer Ott, for the record, as long as the seller, the seller is in the state of Nevada, that would be a way that this beef or chicken or other protein could be distributed and sold. As long as it's within the state of Nevada, we're good to go. Which is why USDA also funds half of the program, is because we are meeting USDA standards. We're not less than USDA. We are equal on a food safety basis. We're just less expensive because we don't have to travel from out of state to do the inspections.
Great. And last question, Mr. Chair. So how long do you think it will take before this whole program's actually operational? If we okay this today, and how long do you think we're looking at?
Jennifer Ott, for the record, and I wish that I could tell you. I mean, I have the timeline in my head that I wish, but of course that depends on hiring, which I based on the last conversation that is difficult. Unfortunately, I can't control all factors, but I know that this is really important for the industry, and we really want to move this forward. The funding in front of you today is for the project manager. That is the person that will be the champion of moving this forward for the department. I can, also say that part of the reason why we're bringing this forward to you today is because there is significant funding available from USDA for the assistance and development of processing facilities. And we want to make sure, again, to capitalize on that funding now while it's available. It seems like once in a lifetime funding, and we want to make sure we bring that into Nevada. So we are trying to move on this pretty quickly, but it also, it depends on staffing. Sure.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for the answers, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the questions.
Thank you for the questions, Assemblywoman. Do we have any other questions on this item, on item 46? Okay, so at the beginning of this agenda item, G, I asked if we could take these together, and I'm looking for a motion on all of these, which would be G1, 2, 19, 29, 41, 44, and 46. And if anyone has an issue with that motion and would want to hear any of those pulled out separately for a vote, now would probably be a good time for me to. Dr. Titus, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to have item G1.29 pulled out.
Okay, great. So I'll go, since we earlier on I stated we would take them in this together and grouped in that order. I'll go with 29 first. And so if I could get a motion on item 29, please.
Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to do that for you. And if recollection serves me correctly, that was the Department of Administration, Division of Human Resource Management. I believe Ms. Peters did an excellent job of wrapping it up. I feel much more comfortable with it now, so I would move for approval of item G2129.
I have a motion from Vice Chair Carlton and a second from Senator Dennis on G129. Do I have any discussion on that motion? Assemblywoman Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After lots of discussion on this item, probably way further than you. Sorry, after lots of discussion on this item, longer than you anticipated, I'm sure, I'm actually going to support it with the understanding that there is actually a process to put things in action. Our state employees have been decimated by this pandemic, as the rest of our state is, and I'm looking forward to a process of solutions, just not studies. So thank you, Assemblywoman Peters, for just putting that in order there, that I can get behind this. We have to do something for our state employees. So thank you for that, and I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on that motion? All right. And with that, all in favor, aye. Aye. And for the record, Assemblyman Hafen has his hand up, and he's an aye. Any opposed? All right, none opposed, so motion passes unanimously. Appreciate that. And we can move on to item G1, 19, 41, 44, and 46. And 2. So let me do that again. We're gonna move on to G1. We're looking for a motion to approve G1, item 2, 19, 41, 44, and 46.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
I have a motion from Vice Chair Carlton, a second from Senator Dennis. Any discussion on that motion? Senator Gansert, Severs Gansert.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. I just wanted to make a comment. I'm going to support this motion, but in part because it was made clear at the beginning during the discussion that there's going to be a lump sum of money, but then the work programs are all going to come back individually. So IFC is retaining its accountability for each item under this process that we're doing here right now. And I know there were discussions between the difference between item 18 and 19, and I think this is significantly different. There's a distinction because the work programs will be coming back separately, even though there's the $100 million that's set aside for these programs. So I'm going to be supporting this, but I think they're distinctly different. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment, Senator Severs Gansert. Any other comments on that motion? All right, all in favor, aye. Aye. Any opposed? Oh, and Assemblyman Hafen is an aye. Any opposed? None opposed. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Now we can go on to 18. Let me get my notes in order here real quick. So now we can go to G2. $18, and with us, I see we have Ms. Bordelin, and we have Mr. Acroft, and we can get started. So, Ms. Bordelin, if you want to set the stage, go right ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Bailey Bordelin for the record, Deputy Chief of Staff to Governor Sisolak. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today to talk about the Home Means Nevada initiative, Governor Sisolak's historic investment in affordable housing and Nevadans' housing needs. Housing could not be a higher priority for the governor. As this body knows, when our federal delegation worked to secure the American Rescue Plan dollars for Nevada, Governor Sisolak enlisted Treasurer Conine and many of you all as partners to ensure that all Nevadans had an opportunity to provide feedback on what they needed and how we could best utilize this opportunity to move Nevada forward. Overwhelmingly, we heard that we must take action on housing. We heard from teachers, students, families, small business owners, tribal members. The feedback was universal, much of which I think you heard this morning. More than half of the total dollars requested were for housing investments and assistance. What you have before you today is a result of those conversations, a study of the federal Treasury rules and applicable state laws, and the expertise of the subject matter experts and doers in this space, 3 of which I have with me today. On the Zoom, we have Director of Business and Industries, Terry Reynolds. Next to me, I have Administrator of the Division of Housing, Steve Acroft, and also on the Zoom, we have the division's Chief Financial Officer, Michael Holliday. I would be remiss if I didn't use this opportunity to thank them for their willingness to take on this additional workload on top of the tremendous work they are already doing for our state. They have worked closely with us and the community to ensure that this plan delivers on the needs of the state, complies with all of the rules and requirements, and can responsibly occur at the speed necessary to expend these funds under the federal timeline. With that, I will turn it over to our team.
Thank you, Ms. Bordelin. For the record, Steve Acroft, Administrator of the Nevada Housing Division. Thank you today for
Mr. Acroft, is your microphone on?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Sorry, I'll eat the mic.
Closer is better. Thank you
There
very
you go.
much.
Thank you today for your consideration of the transfer of $250 million of ARPA state and local fiscal recovery funds to the Housing Division for the implementation of the Home Means Nevada initiative. This initiative will allow for the new construction and preservation of desperately needed affordable homes, create and reinforce homeownership opportunities for our Nevada family, and secure land opportunities for future development of affordable homes. I'm not going to go, I had a whole bunch of statistics for time. I'm going to not mention those, other than to mention you heard a number of those today in public comment. And effectively what's happened is we don't have the supply of homes. And when you combine that lack of supply with increased demands, we're seeing the escalation of home prices and dramatic rent increases, which have been making headlines all over the state. According to the National Low-Income Housing Coalition research, Nevada has a deficit of more than 84,000 available and affordable units for our extremely low-income Nevadans. This includes seniors, veterans, those with disabling conditions, workers. In the past 3 years, the division, we're not blind to this, with over $800 million in bonding authority provided by the Department of Business and Industry, along with our 9% tax credit program, we've helped to create and preserve over 6,400 units of affordable housing to work towards increasing that supply. From May through September of 2021, the Nevada Housing Division participated in an advisory role with the statewide task force convened by the Nevada Housing Coalition, and I can't thank them enough for their work. This task force represented public and private sectors with active participation by nearly 70 stakeholders, including economic development agencies, nonprofits, advocates, developers, builders, healthcare organizations, and finance representatives. In concert with the statewide Nevada Recovers listening tour, spearheaded by the governor's office and the state treasurer, and in collaboration with the local jurisdictions who are also using fiscal recovery funds for affordable housing, we have a unique opportunity for Nevada to help address this affordable housing shortage and catalyze efforts to grow the state's affordable housing inventory. Today, we present for your consideration the initial request of funding for the $500 million for the Home Means Nevada initiative. Please note, this is not associated with Home Means Nevada, Inc., the nonprofit established by the Department of Business and Industry, which deals primarily with foreclosure mediation. We've had a number of calls just over the past couple of days in those regards. With that introduction, I can go over the 4 components of the plan or take questions, whatever the chair prefers.
Thank you, Ms. Bordelin and Mr. Ashcroft. I have several questions, I think, from the members, and so I think on just kind of on the process and some of the details of the program. I think the first one I have is from Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno, and then I think Assemblywoman Howdy had a few as well, and then Miller. Okay, there you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think mine is more of a request than a question. You know, we've heard what the first 2-3 hours of this meeting. The community, stakeholders within the community, personal stories of how this is a vital issue in our community, housing. It was an issue before we went through the COVID pandemic. It's even more of an issue. So I'm so happy that we're doing this today. And there were comments that this is not our regular way of handling business. But we're living through a pandemic that we've had to do a number of things, and we have families who are hurting. But because we're doing this in a way that's not normal for our process here as a legislative body in IFC, I think it's important that we recognize that and have regular status reports about the expenditures that Home Means Nevada initiative will have, potentially corresponding with the agency's federal reporting requirements on a semi-annual basis to make sure that what we say we're going to do, we are doing with these dollars. Is that something that you all can commit to?
Steve Acroft, for the record, absolutely. This will have Treasury oversight, and we will have to do reporting and compliance within that program. So to provide that to you will be absolutely, we'll be able to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And for some reason, I called you Mr. Ashcroft earlier, so sorry about that, Mr. Acroft. Assemblywoman Howdy.
Thank you, Chair. Nice to see you, Director Acroft. You and I have had multiple conversations about this, and I appreciate your patience with me in answering all of my questions. I'm very excited to see this money go into affordable housing, and I just want to put some questions on the record. When we're talking about the construction and preservation of affordable housing units, I know that one of the numbers I saw was about 3,000 households being preserved in the affordable housing development area. Can you walk me through how we can project to keep those affordable for an extended period of time and how the money will preserve those units?
Sure, thank you. Steve Acroft, for the record. Basically, preservation refers to homes that are already affordable, and by what I mean affordable, they're in our tax credit program. They have that. They're in their affordability period, which is typically 30 years. We're either going to see them exit at the end of that 30 years, or depending on some tax credit mechanisms, even potentially before then. And so what we're talking about preservation is to keep those units that are in our current inventory of affordable homes, refresh them, get them rehabbed, and that basically involves energy efficiencies, cabinetry, appliances, coverings, everything you'd want to see, done in a multifamily space. And then they're going to have another additional 30 years put on top of that period.
Okay, thank you. Just to follow up, so then they'll complete their 30 years of affordability and then have an additional 30 years added on to that.
Actually, I phrased that incorrectly. We can structure it that way, potentially, but in the tax credit world, our typical program, that just starts the 30-year clock at that point over again.
Okay, follow up, Chair, if I could. So then somebody could be in the first 5 years of their 30-year program, and then we're just going to start the 30-year program over again. So we wouldn't be getting...
In Steve Acroft, in theory, that is correct. In reality, that's not. They won't come in for rehabilitation until about 18 or 20 years. If you can imagine not having any rehabilitation on your own home for 30 years and not maintaining it, by the end of just a family living in your own personal home, at the end of 30 years, you're going to have a whole lot of deferred maintenance. So typically these come in at 18 to 20 years of age, roughly, and then we would provide them an additional 30 years.
Okay, thank you. And then when do you expect to start taking pre-applications for potential projects?
Steve Acroft again, thank you for the question. Right now, we actually have our pre-application process drafted. It's been submitted to both the governor's office and the governor's finance office for review. We hope to get that out within the next week to 2 weeks.
Okay, and that's for both new construction and preservation?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And if I could, Chair, one last question. Thank you, Director. I just want to follow up. We had talked a little bit about this morning during the August IFC. We had approved the first 10% for the homeowner assistance funds. I know that the remainder of the money is in the work program for today, but is there an update you can provide on how the Nevada Homeowner Assistance Fund is going? I believe the homeowner applications went live in about November of 2021. So I'd just like to see how many homeowners have reached out to NAHAC for assistance.
Steve Acroft, for the record, I don't have that information right in front of me. That's a different agenda item. Michael Holliday, our Chief Financial Officer, may have those handy. We would have, I see Varice has now come in. She's actually our...
Director, we can wait until the agenda item then, so no worries. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Howdy. I think I have a question from Dr. Titus and Assemblyman Watts, and then I'll have Senator Sievers-Gansert, and then Senator Gokachia. And Miller somewhere in there, too. So go ahead, please, Assemblywoman Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the presentation. And as we heard this morning during public comment, this whole situation is drastic in our state. What I didn't hear today that affects certainly many of my constituents that I've been hearing from, I don't see anywhere we're covering multifamily construction, multifamily preservation, home ownership and land acquisition. Many of my constituents live in modular homes, and they live in a park. And one of the concerns that I've been hearing is that their fee, that rental fee, they may own that modular, but now in this park, they can't afford to pay the rent in the park anymore. But they also can't afford to move that modular that's maybe not modular anymore anywhere else, or they can't move even into my county or any rural county because it's too old, so they can't take it in somewhere else. And so I'm not seeing in this any relief for that category of folks. And is there some hope out there for them?
Steve Acroft, for the record. There is. There's a couple of ways we can broach this. So the first one is the existing CHAP programs, the rental assistance programs. They're actually eligible, even as homeowners, for lot rent assistance. We would talk to Nevada Rural Housing Authority to see if that's been implemented out in the rural spaces, but that is an eligible use of the rental funds. So that would at least temporarily take care of potentially, if they're eligible homeowners who are renting that space. That would actually, at least, like I mentioned, temporarily help them in that situation. Now, from their homeowner standpoint, one of the components of the funding is the $30 million for homeowner assistance, and then they would be eligible for improvements to their house, particularly if they're tied in with weatherization and some other things that can be done.
And that would qualify for a modular also?
As long as they are below 65% AMI, yes.
And the first program you said was a chat program?
Yeah, that's the coronavirus rental assistance program.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. The next question I have, if I might, Mr. Chair, Nevada is, I've heard several times that Nevada is the most mobile citizens in the nation. They move around a lot. So in these programs, if somebody accepts some of this money to fix up their home, and how will this work? This is about 30-year programs. We're hearing very few people live in their. I've been in my home for 37 years, but that's the exception, not the rule. And so I'm wondering how does this work with transferring in? What is the face of this when folks stay for 6 months in a home and then move on? And how's all that work? Where's the obligation on the person receiving these?
So Steve Acroft again for the record. The monies that we're talking about are not necessarily going to go directly to the homeowner or the tenant, if you will. So the new multifamily construction, that will go for multifamily rental construction. The preservation dollars that we mentioned would go, again, to the apartment complex development team to get those properties up to snuff, and then they'll have that affordability period. The homeownership program, again, with the exception of a potential down payment assistance program, which would still go through our partners at Nevada Rural or through the division or however we construct that within the framework of the eligible uses. The modifications that a homeowner may receive, that's going to go through entities like Habitat or Rebuilding Together that we anticipate. So those entities would get the funds. They would then go out to the folks' homes and modify those homes so they can age in place and things of that ilk.
Great, thank you for that, and thank you for the questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Up next, we have Assemblyman Watts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Acroft, for your presentation. We've heard so much about how important this issue is, and I think it's also important that the members of the public know how seriously we take this issue. We tallied up some of the other programs that the division's undertaken, and they total over $1 billion in affordable housing initiatives. And that doesn't include the bonding authority that you also mentioned, which I think there was $300 million just most recently allocated towards that as well. So I want folks to know that on top of the $500 million that we're considering today, there's been some substantial efforts to try and address this issue, and some of them have already been brought up. CHAP, CARES Emergency Solutions Grants. I know we'll talk about the Homeowner Assistance Fund a little later, emergency rental assistance. And so I was just wondering, without getting too far into those, because I know they're all substantial, and this is a heroic effort for you standing up all these things so quickly. If you could just give us a brief update on the status of these different pandemic relief housing assistance programs.
We don't have enough time to go that in depth, but to give you the overarching, I will tell you, our sort of day job, if you will, is our traditional 9% and 4% tax credit programs, which we've done I know Michael has potentially those available, and he'll jump in here if I get it wrong. We've created about 5,200 and preserved about 5,200 units through those two programs over the past 3 years or so. We've helped over 6,000 home buyers purchase their homes over the past 3 years. With the emergency rental assistance, the ERA 1 bucket, the state collectively as a whole got $208 million. Our expenditure rate, last time I saw the report, that was the February numbers, was 83%, if memory serves. So 83%, roughly $160 million, has gone out the door there. We've had, even prior to that, before we got federal rental assistance, again, collectively in the state, $108 million, by my count, went out the door. ERA 2, which was passed through the American Rescue Plan, $164 million came into the state, or will be coming into the state. Some of it's already here. That's being used now as we run through the balance of the ERA 1 assistance. And then the Homeowner Assistance Fund, that we'll talk about a little bit later, that's $121 million in homeowner assistance. The 10% was, as Assemblywoman Howdege indicated, approved by this board last summer, and that money is already getting out to folks, that 10%, and the balance of the 90%, the $108 million, coming in is due for approval here after lunch, I guess. We also have other funds, ESG CV funds, Home ARP that we'll talk about in May. So yeah, there's been a whole lot of funding that's coming in. You've heard that state entities are pretty well strapped. The good news is from that standpoint, we're pretty much the conduit agency. A lot of folks that you heard from earlier today are the boots on the ground that get that money out the door. And so we're the pass-through entity, and we're able to do this work.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Again, I think it just helps illustrate all the work that you're doing, which we really appreciate, and helps put a lot of these different work programs at different budgetary meetings in perspective and kind of all in one place. So thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question.
Thank you, Assemblyman Watts. I think it's a very important piece. I think we get kind of in the weeds in this committee and definitely with agencies where we're just kind of a little bit here, a little bit there, and we're working on it and we're trying to get it moved and kind of painting a picture of what you've been doing and doing it in a pretty concise manner in a very short period of time, which I appreciate, was really helpful, I think. But it does demonstrate all the work you're doing and what we're doing as legislature towards and as at the governor's office and in your agency towards the housing issue. And so appreciate it. Up next, I have Senator Severs-Gansert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few questions. First, I want to thank you for all the work that you're doing, and we recognize the need for affordable housing. We've talked a couple times, and I was able to talk to Deputy Chief of Staff too, and I was able to talk to some developers and other folks related to this. And so I want to circle back to preservation, and Assemblywoman Hadeggy brought that up. I had requested how many units need to be preserved across the state. And the information I was provided, maybe you could confirm this, it was 15,000 need to be preserved in Clark County and 5,700 in Washoe County and about 2,900 units in rural counties. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I remember the question. Thank you very much. Steve Acroft again for the record. Those are the total amount of current affordable properties within those jurisdictions. So they would all be eligible, if you will, to go back to Assemblywoman Hadeggy's question, could you do it after 5 years? That's everything that we have that could be eligible for preservation. Realistically, and I don't have the numbers on what exactly would be 18 years and older, but that subset, if you will, of those numbers, that's where we would target.
Okay, so partly what I was trying to figure out is, we're stewards of this money, and I want to make sure we extend the life of these properties and keep them up to par. And I heard the same thing, 18 to 20 years is when you have to rehab the properties, and then you get the additional 30 years, and part of which you didn't use. But when we look at the numbers of the buckets, the bucket for that is for 3,000 units, $130 million, I think, which is about $43,000 a unit. So for $43,000 a unit, we can upgrade something and really extend the life of that. But then when we look at the new housing, I'd requested some numbers on that, and right now, new housing, I think what was provided by your office, it costs between $222,000 and $250,000 for a new unit. But the projection is when we use this bucket of funds, the $300 million, that those would be $250 to $350, so they would be more expensive. So we think we're going to get 1,700 units. So weighing these buckets, when you can see 43,000 to the extend the life of a unit versus a new unit that costs a multiple. I mean, we can do 4 times as many units preserving and making sure that we have good housing for people versus new units. I wanted to ask about those numbers because really to move the needle, we want to maximize what we can do. So do you think there's enough housing that needs preservation, across the state? And should we be looking at doing more preservation to make sure we have that housing? Or should we be spending money on, expensive units? Because in the end, we want to net more housing for people.
Yeah, Steve Acroft for the record, and I'll probably defer to Michael on some of this because he's the math wizard behind these answers. But effectively, we need to do both. You did hear about the shortage of housing. If we just preserve and do nothing but preserve, we don't increase the number. Now, we do eliminate or partially eliminate the drain, if you will, on the affordable properties. But we're not adding new units. So it does need to be twofold, in my opinion. And the only way that you're going to get there, and as you heard with supportive housing, transitional housing, folks that have intellectual disabilities, those are really, really hard to build with our traditional sources of funding. And so to increase that inventory, that's where this particular funding can really assist. And Michael, I'll turn to you. I don't know if you have anything to add to that particular equation. He's shaking his head no.
So when I looked at the dollars, like the homeowner assistance programs is where you had the accessibility dollars. So that's where those are. It's not necessarily in the 300 million. It's in the accessibility and that, right? So those dollars I think make a lot of sense because we need to make sure people have accessibility if they have disabilities or they're seniors, right? But then on the other side, sort of that rate of drain versus being able to build at, 6 times. It costs you like 6 times as much to build versus to extend the life. And so I'm concerned about the drain being much faster than our ability to build new, and should we be investing more trying not to lose properties and make sure they're well maintained? Because the other thing we don't want is to have thousands of houses or units that are run down because we didn't preserve them and people are still in them because they still have 10 years left on their life, but they're not great places to live. So I guess the drain, do we need to work on that drain? So that's my big issue really, is that what's the most cost-effective way to use these dollars? Because the drain is really, I think, at a high rate or rundown properties. So I don't know if you have anything to add to that, because I have another question and I don't want to take too much time, but that's a big issue.
Yeah, Steve Aycroft, for the record, I will just say that we can also preserve units through our traditional 9% and 4% programs. So using those, and we can also do new development through those programs. So this is in addition to that. Okay. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you. And then just one.
Director Reynolds, did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
Thanks.
I did. This is Terry Reynolds, Director of BNI. As you know, we put $300 million into from our volume cap, which is the authorization to issue tax-free bonds. And part of those bonds typically every year go to preservation projects. So it's not only the ARP funding that will go for preservation, but a lot of our volume cap authorization for bonding goes to preservation projects. So we're going to be balancing the two. And I just wanted to make sure that you realize that we can take it out of both buckets, which gives us a little more leverage to be able to do preservation projects. That is a very good point that Senator Ganser has brought up, and it's something that we need to be cognizant of because it's equally important to preserve projects and keep people in affordable housing as it is to build new ones. So I just wanted to make that distinction.
Thank you, Director. Did you have a follow-up to that?
No, thank you. So I have just another, part of the reason, and my understanding is why this is set up to be able to move the money into, and you haven't talked about this because we didn't talk about the details, into a non-executive budget was because of the urgency. But then I also know in talking to some folks who work in this industry that there's the home funds piece. So to get a property tax abatement, you have to go through this process. It's called the home funds. And I know in Washoe County, the process is in December. It's my understanding. It's in December, and they don't hear back till May. So that's like 6 months where they're trying to secure the property and try to get something moving. And so, this urgency, I think that's something, when we talk about obstacles, so in the line of obstacles, that's something that takes a lot of time that could be fixed. So, how we run this and seeing whether we'd come back through IFC or not, that's been a time element, but we have obstacles in the way, one of which is this this home funds issue that is just huge. That's like an immediate 6-month delay that probably needs to get fixed to be able to move things. And then also recognizing the other programs that you have, the tax credits. Like, you're able to build new housing with tax credits, and I appreciate in the conversation, this is an add to what you already have. And so keeping that in mind, and then other obstacles. So, sort of the big picture is we have a limited amount of funds. How can we make sure that we have as many people as possible in affordable housing and being on the plus side and not losing too many? And then how do we make sure that we get some of the obstacles away so that we can address this in a more timely manner than the way the processes are set up right now, and also with like local governments. So local governments have a big piece, and I might have colleagues that ask questions around what the permitting fees are and the infrastructure and all those things are related to doing the housing, because I also know we have an infrastructure bank that's going to work on infrastructure. So some of those pieces are going to help with this too. But overall, I think we need to do affordable housing. I don't think the non-executive budget works, and it really to the point of the time when we have other things that are slowing down the process. So I appreciate all the work that you're doing, because we want to maximize the dollars and the people who can stay in these types of the housing that's badly needed.
Was there a question in there? I'm sorry.
The question is maybe you can talk about the home funds process, because I didn't know about that until a couple of days ago, and I realized it's a 6-month process, and what can we do about that? Because we can't respond urgently when we have a 6-month delay specifically because of that.
And I wasn't being a smart aleck. I just didn't want to move on to Senator Gokochia until you had your question answered.
I've spent so many hours on this trying to figure out how we can maximize it. So I've got all this in my head, and I think I'm kind of letting it go in pieces, but the objective is the same. But how can we best use this money to serve people, and then how can we get rid of some of the obstacles?
Yeah, so Steve Acroft, for the record, thank you. You really touched on pardon me, I'll get to home funds in a moment, but really, and you did hear the mayor of Reno come up and talk about the programs and the acceleration that they've done. And so a lot of that needs to be done on the local jurisdiction level. The planning, the zoning, all of that stuff. And most of the entities that I've talked about are in some sort of discussion or have taken action. You heard Clark County, they approved yesterday their community housing trust. And we are involved diligently with the local jurisdictions in trying to get that process quicker, faster, and more flexible, to be honest. Home funds are a unique component of the capital stack in a project in Nevada, because they do, as you mentioned, trip that property tax exemption. So the counties are very cognizant of making sure that these projects are going to come through, and they're going to serve their constituents, and they're going to pencil without that property tax exemption. So there is a process, pardon me, that they have to go through to obtain those home funds, specifically in Washoe County and in Clark County. Clark County has probably made it a little bit quicker, so we don't have necessarily that obstacle that you see in Reno. But I will say that the developers who develop in the Truckee Meadows, they already know that exists. So a lot of them, they'll take down and they'll get the approval for the home funds long before they even start building. And so that's typically how that process works. We'd like to see it cleaned up. If it needed to be cleaned up, this group would be considering it next session. We've talked about it on the Housing Advisory Committee. They get one BDR. That's a BDR or an idea that's been targeted through the Housing Advisory Committee. We were short a legislator for a while. We do have one now on that committee. So we'll see how that pans out.
Thank you so much. I'm willing to offer a BDR for that, because that'll help expedite it if you don't get it through the advisory committee.
Thank you, Senator. And Senator Gokochia.
Well, you knew I was going to ask the question, so that's why it was no. Anyway, again, there's no doubt, and given the input here this morning, the need is there. We all understand that. My big concern is, and I'm going to cut right to the chase, is the non-executive piece of the budget. I don't know, first and foremost, Mr. Acroft, Steve, how big of an impairment is it to you and your division if you don't, in fact, come before this body? If you do, in fact, come before this body?
So I guess the best way to frame this overall, and I'll turn it over to Michael, and he can talk about exactly how he or Bailey envisions the buckets working in the non-executive budget. We know that the ARPA funds need to be obligated by December of 2024. As Senator Gansert just mentioned, there's some obstacles to getting that done timely. We just had, and Mayor Sheevy mentioned a grand opening for a property in Reno. That property was started well before the pandemic. Now, granted, they had some pandemic-related issues that delayed the construction of that, and they had worked on that piece of property long before that. So it takes years to go from A to B, to funding to occupancy is roughly 18 to 24 months with everything being clear. So we know that we have to get the pre-applications out, we have to get the applications out, we have to vet these processes, we have to vet these projects. And that's going to take a little bit of time also on the front end before we even consider releasing the funds for a particular project. And then it has to get built, and we're just really, the fiscal recovery funds are built on a very, very short timeline from the development standpoint. And Michael, I don't know if you want to comment on exactly how that is going to work within the budgetary system.
Good afternoon. Michael Holliday, Chief Financial Officer for the Housing Division, for the record. The big thing, and you heard it earlier with one of the other agencies, is the amount of work programs that would be required to do it by project. As Administrator Aycroft just pointed out, we're going to have a pre-application, application, we're going to have underwriting, we're going to have the lenders that are going to have to sign off on this. And then and no one's going to do that before they know that there's funding available from the state. Quite honestly, the developers are not going to be able to take the risk of taking down a piece of land. And then the division doesn't have the bandwidth or the firepower to prepare work programs on top of all that extra work that we're going to have to do just to get these projects ready to roll. So that's the impetus for the timing of it, is that the amount of work programs it would be, because you're on the multifamily construction, that's probably 10 to 12 projects. On the preservation, it could be 30 to 40 projects, and each of those had to be a work program. You see them, so you know how much work they are, how much time that takes for the division. The reason it's in a separate budget account is simply because of the size of the program. This is going to have a lot of eyes on it. It's going to have Treasury oversight. It's going to eventually have OIG, or someone that has oversight over Treasury, will actually come in and review the program as well. And keeping it in one place is going to be far more transparent. And it's also going to allow us to provide reporting not only to your body, but to the bodies that Treasury or OIG who have oversight. It's really clean. It's all in one place, and the auditors could come in and look at just the one budget account. So that's the thinking behind why we're asking to do it this way.
I would just like to remind the committee that we have 200 work programs today alone.
Yeah, I'm just one quick follow-up here. I'm going to make one point, and I'm really struggling to support this. In fact, I won't support it, moving it to non-executive budget. You just said that it's got to be obligated by 2024. There's nothing constant except for this committee in that scenario. We've got an election in November. There will be some changes. There will be people that are sitting here today that won't be here. This is the only consistent in IFC. And I think we are moving away from our duty as elected legislators if we're going to not provide the oversight. I'm not convinced that it's that critical, that we, in fact, the timeframes are so critical that we can't take it. We're going to meet here May 5th. We're going to be meeting again as IFC. Those timeframes aren't that critical. I think we need to provide the oversight. I agree. There's no doubt, all of the input we heard this morning, you're doing a great job, Steve, and I appreciate it. But again, constants. What is going to be constant here? It is the legislature. It's our duty to approve these items, and that's the big hole I have in it. We're talking $500 million, $500 million. Yeah, it's. Everybody says it's federal dollars, but it's still real money and it's taxpayer money. So I can't support it. I support, the need. We know it's there. I know you guys are doing a great job, but the non-executive budget piece is what, just stops my clock. So I just cut to the chase. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair, may I respond?
Please.
Bailey Bordelin, for the record. Thank you, Senator, for the concerns. I think this is a really important conversation, and as Michael Holliday mentioned, we've undertaken a robust analysis of the Treasury rules, and part of that is because anything that we do when we will inevitably be audited on these dollars that is not found to be correct means that the state of Nevada general fund will be on the hook to pay these dollars back to the federal government. So we are doing that due diligence over and over again to the best of our ability. The streams that he mentioned is there are very, very specific rules in the Treasury guidance onto how you can do housing, what kind of housing you can do, what does that look like? And if we use an existing housing budget account, there are things that the Division of Housing does that don't necessarily meet all of those requirements of how the federal dollars may be used. So by having two different budget accounts, we are able to set ourselves up more responsibly for a future audit that we are expecting from the federal government. And the other point that I wanted to make on that is that you alluded to the fact that an election will happen and chairs will change in this room and throughout our state. These dollars in this budget account will still come before the legislature in the GovRec budget. So I don't have my GFO assist today, but Wayne's had this conversation with us as well. Mr. Thorley may be able to help me out if I bungle this, but that budget account that we would be creating if this vote is taken today will come back before the legislature during the next legislative session.
Go for it.
Just one piece of that. Again, it will come back before the legislature. Why not bring it back to us in 30 days? As this progresses, there are a ton of unanswered questions out there. Everybody's moving, scrambling, trying to figure out how to get there. What is the best bang for the buck? Is it preservation? Is it new construction? We've got Mr. Brewer sitting back there, Nevada Rural Housing. Everybody's looking for a piece of this. Why not keep all of us in the queue? I'll quit there, boss. Thank you.
Respectfully, Senator Bailey Bordelon, for the record, we would be happy to be a standing item on the IFC agenda and to make sure that you all are informed of the progress of this. It's simply a timeline issue, and having had these conversations many times, I know that Michael Holliday has not given you his most robust version of the timelines of these different projects and what the layering pieces look like, but we simply can't afford to be tripped up on one of those and not be able to complete this within the timelines of the federal dollars. So we recognize that there are extraordinary obstacles, that there's an extraordinary need, and we found a way to be able to deliver it because it's what we were asked to do by Nevadans.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Assemblyman Hafen has a question, and then I think Assemblywoman Miller does as well. But before that, and then Senator Harris, are there any local government approvals or processes required for any of these projects that would be required before you were able to obligate the funds or spend the money?
Steve Acroft for the record. Well, again, going back to planning, zoning, things of that ilk, the home funds have to be approved by the county as they come in. We have, in consideration of this, and with Clark County's, which you heard earlier, they've put fiscal relief funds towards affordable housing. City of Las Vegas has, Reno has. We're in conversations, I won't say constantly, but frequently with these jurisdictions, and we will continue to have those conversations. So there's not necessarily an obstacle there that's going to prevent the use of these funds anywhere in the state, other than what may be through their typical jurisdictional ordinances and things of that ilk.
Yeah, besides like zoning and permitting, but like, so these projects are going to have probably monies coming from the county or city and their efforts, as well as from the Home Means Nevada funding, in addition to tax credits and private investment, right?
Steve Acroft for the record. We will be having those discussions. There may be projects that are solely funded in Clark County through their ARPA funds. There may be projects in Clark County that are done solely through the state funds, and then layering the other sources. But we can also intermix them too. So that's permitted under the final rule.
And so I'm just wondering if that same level of trepidation from the investment community would exist if there were approvals necessary at the local level on a piece of the funding?
Yeah, we'll have those discussions, but I don't believe that exists currently.
Thank you. So I think I have Assemblyman Hafen up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you guys for this presentation. I definitely see the need. I do have a number of outstanding questions, but one of the questions and concerns that I have is how are we going to prevent fraud? I've seen too much of it locally in Nye County when it came to a lot of the COVID relief money. And now we're talking about, $250 million. And then if there is fraud, I believe I heard the state of Nevada will be on the hook for it. So I just need to know, what kind of precautionary measures are we going to take to try to prevent the continuance of fraud?
Steve Acroft for the record. The way we envision this through the pre-application and then the application period, one of the first things we're going to determine is the eligibility of the project and the eligibility of the residences. Part of that process will be the history of the entity that's requested funds, their financial stability. We will need to look at who these entities are. Again, as I reiterated earlier, it's not going out to specific individuals. These are pretty much larger groups. There are certain requirements, particularly when you issue either over $1 million or $10 million in the fiscal relief recovery funds that the recipients have to abide by also. And one of those is a single audit requirement. So we anticipate, as Mr. Holliday indicated previously, that these are going to be large amounts of funding going to single places. It's not a large amount of funding being spread out over, a whole bunch of folks. And Michael, I don't know if you want to comment on the other requirements that Treasury has regarding that.
For the record, Michael Aldi, the biggest requirement, as you mentioned, Administrator, is the single audit. Anybody who receives more than $750,000 of these funds will be required to not only have an audit, but to have a single audit that meets the federal requirements. And as Administrator pointed out, most of these projects will have over $750,000 in a given project. So they'll have the oversight of the division up front with underwriting. If they have a lender, they'll have the oversight of a lender doing underwriting as well. And then they'll have compliance ongoing with the division for the entire period of affordability. Those will be for income restrictions as well as the physical appearance and health and safety of the property. And then on top of that, they'll be required to have the single audit for receiving those federal funds.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Assemblyman. We have up next Assemblywoman Miller, and then after that, Senator Harris, and then Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson. You don't get no more. Okay.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. There's so many questions and so many that have been asked, and so I'm just going to cut to the chase. And I'm going to make this vary because I know that Nevadans like tangible things, like, when they can see and feel this. And it leads me to a sub-question about what you just mentioned about the groups. When I look at this, the 4 categories, which according to what the experts have explained to me, this is an appropriate approach to what will start to relax some of the challenges we're having here in Nevada. Home ownership, and again, I just am going to ask for very brief answers. So home ownership, is that part of when you're saying the groups or entities will receive funding, or is this actual individuals that will receive like maybe down payment supports or anything like that?
So ultimately, this will benefit individuals in every category.
Correct.
But in the home ownership program, basically we can supplement, for lack of a better word, our current DPA programs that are administered at the division or at Nevada Rural Housing, and that will go to roll down to the individual.
Okay, so it's really supplanting funds of existing programs. And so
Correction, it's just, it would be additional.
additional
Yes.
to existing programs.
Yes.
Okay, and then my next question too would be for when we're referring to, I guess really all of the four prongs, will there, and you were talking about eligibility of applicants and recipients, is there any priority that will be given for existing Nevadans, existing Nevada companies, and then even to ensure that it's for primary housing? Is that a...
So Steve Acroft again for the record. Sorry, I kind of forget that sometimes. Typically what we're going to see in the larger swath is Nevada-based businesses, Nevada-based contractors doing the work ultimately. I'm not sure about the second part of your question.
That it would be for primary housing to ensure that people again, I know now that the home ownership programs are those existing programs, but just for primary housing.
Yeah, so if you're...
Primary residence, I should say, maybe.
Yeah, this is not to build people second homes or anything like that. I would say that, typical supportive or transitional housing, I wouldn't say is primary housing, but certainly it puts a roof over somebody's head for 30, 60, 90 days, whatever the time period is. We do anticipate some construction in that space also. But ultimately it is to increase our affordable housing across the spectrum for a long period of time.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. And I kind of messed up my order of folks who had asked to ask some questions. I actually have Senator Tatro up next before Senator Harris. Sorry, Senator Harris.
Thanks. Sorry, Senator Harris. No, thank you. I appreciate all the work you put into this, and this is, as it's been mentioned, an extraordinary need. I had a couple questions. The first being on the purchase of land and how that's going to work. Are you targeting are you competing with the private sector, or are there already areas of maybe state lands or anything like that we're targeting first?
So, Steve Acroft again for the record. Land is probably the one thing that we probably don't have our arms around to a certain extent. We know that it's going to exist. We probably will be competing potentially with the private sector, but we envision it going down this road, if you will. Number one, using land acquisition from to assist developments that might already be planned, to get them off the ground quicker, so that if we can use their funding to supplant some of their land costs, we can develop those properties. The second issue is to potentially hold it for future development. That's an allowable use under the final rule. So while we haven't really figured that one out yet, to be very candid with you, that I don't think the state really wants to hold on to the land. That will probably be purchased with jurisdiction buy-in, and then the jurisdictions, if they want to hold it for additional times, it would be deed restricted for specific affordable housing purposes. We need to work through that a little bit. That's a little more difficult. The third thing is we are working with state lands in some other particular projects that could be eligible uses of this funding, and so we're going to look at that too. And if we need to potentially use that land process to help facilitate getting jurisdictional land into the hands of developers, we can do that also.
Great, thanks. Because that's a big concern of mine is if we go into competition, the unintended consequence of the well-intentions here could be we drive up the price of housing even more. So if you don't mind briefing me on that, and then is there a target of distribution of funds throughout the state between the rural, north, south, and all that? And I know nobody here thinks that way, but I'd just kind of like to hear it.
Steve, this is Terry Reynolds. Can I chime in here a second? I think it's important, and Mr. Tatro, somebody Trejo brings up a good point. I will tell you that we're not in the business of competing with the private sector in this, and I want to clarify that. The second part of this is that we've had a lot of interest from local government. They're looking at their ARP allocations and what they're going to do with their funding, and they're looking at purchasing land or purchasing properties that can be rehabilitated and put into multifamily housing or even transitional housing. So we're looking at that. As Director Acroft said, we are also looking at state lands, and there are state land properties around that we have surveyed, and some of them are suitable and some of them are not. But we are looking at being able to use those. Are we going to be straight up competing with the private sector in terms of buying, and bidding on property? No, we're not. I think we need to clarify that. We've had conversations with Clark County, with the City of Las Vegas, North Las Vegas, on properties that they would like to see purchased, that they will work with us and that we will work with them on rehabilitating those properties. So I wanted to clarify that. Director Acroft is he's accurate when he says that these are things that we're going to have to work out and they're not settled yet, but we've had a lot of conversations with City of Reno, Clark County, City of Las Vegas, City of North Las Vegas about potential properties to go in and work with them on a purchase and a rehabilitation of an existing structure, or to tear down that structure that's in bad shape and convert it into housing. That's all going to take planning work in terms of zoning, permitting on that, but those are more long-term things that we want to see done. I think that will benefit in the long run the rehabilitation and or building new properties within the transit corridors or downtown corridors of these cities. As to the balance of properties, we do work with Nevada Rural Housing, and if we can identify properties that we can be involved with them, we will do that. So I just want to make sure that that is clear in terms of what the intent is to work with these properties and with that amount of money that we have.
And if I could add to that, Bailey Bordelin, for the record, something that the director touched on, and I just want to say it more directly because it would be tooting their own horn, but our state team that we have before you here today is uniquely situated to do this work. And the reason you heard from so many people in local government this morning is really a product of the relationships that they have developed and the stakeholder groups that have been initiated and the way that they work together in their existing work that they have an ability to expand on here today. But it is unique to housing. It doesn't feel this way in every area and every policy issue that we tackle, but Clark County is ready to work with us. City of Las Vegas is ready to work with us. City of Reno is ready to work with us. It is incredibly collaborative to the point where we are having detailed conversations that we'll be able to have in better faith going forward today and more robustly, because we've been waiting for authorization to act as the stakeholder. But these groups are coming together statewide to say, okay, if we look at the rules, if we look at what does everyone have, how can we use this as a force multiplier? How can we best ensure that we come up, to Senator Gansert's point, with the greatest number of units and that we are getting the best bang for our buck? And the unity that we have on the boots on the ground on this issue is unmatched. And so we are really walking hand in hand with everyone else that has dollars to contribute to this space.
Great. Thank you for those explanations. I appreciate it. I do just want to echo the concern of if we're kind of authorizing something on the purchase of the land, but we don't have that through. So, check back or something when you do figure out that piece would be great. And I'm sorry, Chair, I know you're hungry, but what mix are you looking for in the targeted units? I would hope it's not 100% affordable, because all the studies show, if you have a market rate of 80%, then 20% affordable, or 90-10 or something like that. I'd love to hear. And then just last, how many units until, I haven't heard it today, and I apologize if it was mentioned, but how many units are we short? And how big of a dent are we going to have? I just think that's a great metric for all of us to understand.
So Steve Acroft, Administrator of the Housing Division. Answer your second part first. We've heard 105,000 units short, 84,000 units for the ELI community, those below 50% AMI. So the numbers that we're talking about will put a dent in that. It will help. It's not going to solve the problem. That's just it's just not going to happen. We could be here talking about $5 billion and not get there. To your other point, there will be some affordable properties, 100%. We know that. We can use mixed income. That is an eligible use. However, the fiscal recovery funds can only be applied to the part that will support the 65% and below AMI folks.
Great, thanks. Yeah, and I wouldn't expect us to subsidize the 80, right?
Yeah.
But it would be the 20 where we're going. So that's it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And Senator Harris, I think you have a question.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate you hanging in there. I think we're averaging about one question per $1 million at this point, so you're doing fantastic. I apologize, my question may be a little long-winded, so sorry, committee and presenters. And it may be a little aggressive as well, but that's just my innate state of being, so please don't take any offense to that. Not all programs are created equal, right? I'll give a good example. So let's say I can support drug prevention, but I'm not going to throw a lot of dollars at DARE, right? DARE's been shown to not be actually effective in drug prevention. Are the programs we're about to put a bunch of money into the ones that we know actually lead to Nevadans feeling that effect, right, of affordable housing? Are we actually promoting programs that are doing well? Would it be better for us to actually not put $250 million in programs that are existing, right? I think Assemblyman Watts mentioned we've already put $1 billion so far that he calculated into affordable housing, but Nevadans aren't feeling that. Not to say you aren't doing a great job or working really hard. So can you give me some assurance that this is the right thing to do with this money, especially since we're all about to let it go and then it's going to go off to other third parties in large amounts that we may or may not be able to, get a level of supervision on?
Thanks for the question. I'll try to answer it to the best of my abilities. It's interesting. When fiscal recovery funds were first introduced and the interim rule came out and talked about the potential use for affordable housing, we went round and round, internally, externally, with the Nevada Housing Coalition, with all their stakeholder meetings. So this really required some thought, and to your point, we would throw stuff against the wall and see if it would stick. Try to emulate other programs, try to figure out how this best worked. And really it came down to, and I'll treat this in the multifamily space because that's the bulk of this. We're talking about $430 million of the $500 million in that particular space between new construction and preservation. That really came down to, we know we have successful programs. We know we are making a difference. You've heard it from Nevada Hand. You've heard it from other developers. You've heard it from the communities. And so we know those programs work. How do we replicate that using these dollars? And that's really where we tried to focus. And ultimately, we did land there. And I know some of you have seen this through various committees or various presentations. But we really took the capital stack of a project and said, okay, how do we get these funds so that they get the most bang for their buck in this space? And that was to create, we have our 9% program, we have our 4% program. Those are working fine. Those are creating the units we just talked about. We'd like to have more dollars in that space, but we're limited, either through bond cap authority or just our 9% tax credits that we get per capita. We developed a situation where we could develop a parallel path with those. So instead of 2 trains leaving the station creating affordable housing, we now have 3 using this fund and using it for the same purposes, but also potentially a deeper dive into those AMIs that we can't reach with the other 2 trains. So that's really how we've come to this conclusion, and that it's going to be the highest and best use. But it took a long time to get there. So it wasn't, and we're constantly on national calls. How can we use this? Talking to fellow states, talking to Treasury. So we've had those conversations. So that's the best way that I can probably frame it. I can tell you personally that this is probably my last great act professionally, and I want to see this to fruition. So this is where we're headed.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I just want to quickly reiterate some of the concerns that other committee members had. I don't really want to put the job of oversight and rely on the federal government. In fact, their oversight will just be to say, you guys owe us money. And that's really on the back end. So anything you all can do to keep us updated on how these funds are spent, not just after they are spent, but also before. If you could give us a little heads up on what you might plan to do with it, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think we have Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson has a question as well.
Thank you so much. It'll be quick. And so, Mr. Acroft, I see 3 of the programs that are talked about, which are programs that are well established. The book of business that you guys do every day and do so well. Land acquisition's new. Heard your response to Senator Tatro that that's going to be probably the piece that will be developed and going. That will be kind of a new process for you folks, so new information for us as we get it. Other than that land acquisition piece, do you imagine any of these dollars moving programmatically in a way that we haven't seen before? Or is it really just going to be moving through the existing processes that we have, and that's what we'll expect to see on the other end of this?
So, Steve Acroft for the record. So, very, very good question. We have to look at this in the mirror of today and what's allowable and the guidance that Treasury has given us to use these funds. As Treasury updates their guidance or changes it or whatever that may look like, that may open up some other avenues that we haven't really thought about. And as I mentioned, we're tied in not just locally but nationally. So Nevada is one of the states that's moving on this pretty quick. Because we know we have the issues and we're getting ahead of the game. And if we hear they're doing something in some other state that is an eligible use that seems to work, that we've not targeted, we'd be more than happy to try to replicate that. Absolutely.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions from the committee? Assemblywoman Peters, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And hopefully this is brief, but I had a question related to some of those federal rules, and we know there are a lot out there, and you guys have had to quickly become experts in new rules and policies. And I was wondering if you could just really speak to, I guess, how this this proposed project, it also creates jobs, right? And so the labor component of it is an important piece in our considerations. Can you talk a little bit about how your program considers some of the labor components that are in those federal rules and how those might be like negotiated or discussed within the frameworks of the different partners and players in the process?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. The fiscal recovery funds encourage but do not require Davis-Bacon, so know that. However, when we get to the certain dollar levels that we're there's different federal wage and reporting requirements that come with that also. So the ARPA funds themselves do not trip the Davis-Bacon rules. However, if we're engaging with other funds that do, then that would trip that.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee on this item? All right. What's that?
Sorry.
Senator Seavers-Gansert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know I already had my round, but that brought up some issues that some other colleagues were wondering about. And I had a conversation with the governor's staff and with you about this, as far as whether PLAs will be involved, or specifically Davis-Bacon or union, like requiring unions. And I think I'll let you answer, but you had an answer for me whether those were requirements. And you just talked about the federal, but also the state. Will there be any additional requirements that are not currently used for these types of projects?
Steve Acroft, for the record, to my knowledge, no, unless it involves another source of funding. As was mentioned by the treasurer, we potentially could use the state infrastructure bank. That may have a different requirement than these funds have in that process.
Thank you. So far for these different programs, that you don't require prevailing wage and you don't require PLAs and so forth. So you don't anticipate that unless there's another pool of funds involved that does require it.
That is correct.
Thank you.
I apologize to the committee for taking such a long time on this, but you're proposing for us to give $500 million to an executive budget account and then never have any oversight again. We're going to ask questions, and we're going to ask as many questions as anybody on this committee wants to ask. And we're going to take as long as it takes to get those questions answered. So with that being said, does anyone else have any questions? Senator Hammond?
So thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to wait until we had the discussion when we were taking a vote, but I guess one of the things that came up during the discussion, Deputy Chief of Staff Borland, you had mentioned that you wouldn't mind bringing this item up every time we had a meeting. And of course, I think that it may not assuage everybody on the committee, but I think it would give some of us an added layer of understanding, and we feel a little bit better about it if you brought back every time what you've been doing and what you're going to be doing, and kind of give a report about with the happenings, I guess, and whatever might be occurring, so we have a better understanding every meeting that we have. Would you be willing to do that?
Bailey Bordelin, for the record. Yes, of course. We are tremendously excited for the opportunity to do this work, and we want to talk about it, and we want to talk about it with you. So we would be happy to give updates whenever this body meets, and I would also make the offer, if anyone has additional questions, if you think of something after today, you have my email address, my cell phone number. I will continue to work on this with the agencies, and this is my full-time job, so I have the privilege of being available whenever you are available to have those conversations. So anytime you want to tap in, you want information, you want to know where things are at, it is a collaborative process, and we can't do it without your partnership, so our doors are open.
You can do it without our partnership. You can't do it without our approval, and that's what we're talking about today, right? And so it will be on every agenda moving forward. And I would like to see whoever wants to make a motion to approve this, if they make a motion to approve it, that motion includes that there will be robust reporting on every single IFC forever. And so, or until the money is spent. And so if anyone is going to make that motion, please include that. And so I think that I think that we have no further questions from the committee, so I would accept a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to make the motion.
What's your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move to approve item G118 with a requirement that the Housing Division provide regular project updates, meeting at every IFC meeting, about the status and expenditure reports of the Home Means Nevada initiative.
So I have a motion from Assemblyman Yeager, and I have a second from Senator Dennis. Do we have any discussion on that motion? I have Assemblywoman Titus, and then I have Vice Chair Carlton.
So could I get a clarification on that motion? Will that just mean that they're going to report how much they spent and then we won't have the option to discuss it or approve it? So they're just going to say, here's what we did, versus any influence that we have on the actual expenditure? Because again, my little heartburn over this is this money going, and you might report back everything, and here's what we spent, but then do we have any recourse with that motion that Assemblyman Yeager made?
I think I can answer that. No.
With that answer, then, sir, it will be a no for me. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
And we are in discussion on the motion right now, and Senator Sievers-Gansert has a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Assemblyman Yeager offered just some broad requirements of the reporting, but I just wanted to add, what I would hope for was number of units, cost per unit, what category they're in, location, that kind of data. And even if you could do it more, sometimes we get tables and tables of information, and if there's a way to simplify that into maybe even a dashboard as far as your progress and what the expectations are, where we are as far as the spend, and what the outcomes are. Does that make some sense? And you don't necessarily have to do that last part, but really a little detail, not just we've spent $50 million of the $250 million and we have, however many units, but sort of categorizing them and per unit costs. Some just details that make us feel much more assured that this money is being spent effectively. Thank you.
Can I comment on that? Okay.
We are in discussion on the motion. Senator Gokachia.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, I'm really struggling with this yet, but I've still got just too many unanswered questions, and there's just too much ground to plow between where we are today and what we're looking forward. If I had my druthers, we'd move down the road 90 days and see where we really were. But I'm just going to struggle to support the motion the way it is, and I definitely support the need, and I know we need to move the dollars, but I've just got too many questions yet exactly how this is going to shake out. And I'm looking forward to working with you, Miss, and hopefully you can answer those. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gokachia. We're still in discussion on the motion. We have a comment from Senator Tatro.
Thank you. I kind of reflect what Senator Gokachia is saying. I really support 90% of this, but my concerns are some of the questions that couldn't be answered. I know they're well intentioned and it's gonna play out, but I'm concerned about voting on something where we don't know we don't have the plan in place yet. So anyhow, hoping to get there. Thanks.
Assemblyman Roberts.
Thanks, Chair. So I've been out in my community in a variety of forums and interviews over the last few months, and this item has never ceased to not come up. It's an issue in Clark County, and I'll tell you that I've spoken with Ms. Hess over the last few months. I've actually steered stakeholders to her committee, and I've talked to a lot of people that have participated in that, and I'm very comfortable with the proposals that they have come forward. You can't have buy-in unless you have weigh-in, and those folks have done that. With the reporting back here, I think this is time to approve this, and I'm comfortable with the plan they have moving forward and the oversight that's provided, so I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblyman. And do we have anyone else? Assemblywoman Reno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I said in my comments earlier, as we were going through the discussion at the onset of a few hours ago when we started this, I will echo what my colleague from Assembly District 13 said, because our districts are right next to each other. This is a problem that we have had in our community long before COVID. Housing, affordable housing was a problem. We're currently living in this pandemic, coming out of it, and we're hearing it from at the doors in the grocery stores, at the bank. We have an affordable housing issue in our state. This may not be the perfect program, but we're moving in the right direction. We have the buy-in of the counties, cities, the nonprofits, the people who do the work all came before us today and said, we need this. We need this and we need to do it now. And there was a comment by one of my colleagues that it's not an emergency. Tell that to the mom who's living in her car with her 4 kids. This is an emergency. This is the time to do it. And having the reporting come back to us, the detailed reporting coming back to this committee of how this money is being spent in this community, helping families in this state, this is the time to do it. This is now, and I will support this motion.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. Vice Chair Carlton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I've had maybe a dozen really tough votes in my life, and I'm going to give this one like 5 stars. I have worked and talked to people on this one, and I just couldn't get myself there for a very, very long time. But we're a citizens legislature. And not only do I sit here making these decisions in that respect, but I have neighbors and in my job, folks knocking on my door who are in desperate, desperate need. Sometimes we've got to set the bureaucracy aside. I don't like it. I am very apprehensive of it, but we have a crisis in this state that needs to be dealt with right now. So I have concerns, but I also have a lot of faith in the people who run this division, and I know that they're going to do an excellent job, and I look forward to the reporting. So I will be supporting this today, but I want to watch it very, very closely for all of us. We do have a crisis, and it needs to be addressed.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So I will make a comment as well before we take a vote, and I think it's important that we all realize that this is public funds. It's the people's money, the people of the state of Nevada. It is not the executive branch's money. It is not the legislature's money. This money came in when we were in session, and this money, this interim committee that we have here is as a result of not having a full-time professional legislature. And so my frustrations are with the government that we have in the state of Nevada and how it does not serve the people the way that it should because of our part-time nature of being citizen legislators. And I think that this is such a incredibly important topic, and I will say that I will support this, and it has absolutely nothing to do with anything other than the fact that it is an important topic, and I trust the team of individuals who are going to manage this. I trust Director Reynolds, I trust Mr. Acraft, I trust Mr. Holliday, and all of your staff. This is the last thing I will ever vote on that is brought to us that tries to circumvent the role of the Nevada legislature in the process. The Nevada Constitution is crystal clear. And so while this is obviously an emergency and this is an incredibly tough vote, I am incredibly frustrated with the process and how we got to the place we are today with this particular work program. And please do not do this again. There needs to be the level of oversight that we are, everyone on this up here was elected by Nevadans, and the Constitution says that we are supposed to have that oversight. So moving forward, and I really hope to work with you on what these work programs look like, everyone after this, but moving forward, please, this is the last vote I'm going to take that circumvents the Nevada legislature, and I feel that it does circumvent the Nevada legislature. And I just feel so very confident in the team that's managing this, and I feel that the need is so incredibly great for what this does, but I am just frustrated by this process. So with that, any other discussion on the motion? All right, I think we're ready. No more bites at the apple. I think we're ready. I know, but Shardy. Yeah. So, all in favor, aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Hands raised. I have Senator Gokachia, Senator Tatro, and Assemblywoman Titus. And motion passes. And we can eat lunch. So can we please take a 30-minute recess? And it is exactly 2:37 right now. Can we be back here at 3:07 in our seats and going? Because it's going to get late. Quick. What's that? Yeah.